Chapter 1. Hibernation. The Uzumaki were once a clan forged in suffering. Long before Konohagakure rose to power, before the great villages carved borders into the land and called them law, the Uzumaki wandered as nomads of war, a bloodline that refused to die even when the world begged for their extinction. Their crimson hair marked them as descendants of monstrous vitality, bodies that healed faster than most shinobi could comprehend, chakra reserves so vast that sealing techniques became their natural language. They were feared for it. They were hunted for it. Entire countries conspired when their power grew too great, and the near extermination of the Uzumaki clan was not an accident of war. It was a decision. Those who survived learned a lesson that seeped into the marrow of every child born after weakness invited annihilation. When the remnants were taken in by Konoha, welcomed as allies and rebuilt into a prominent clan once more, that lesson became doctrine. Strength was the only truth. Chakra was life. Anything else meant death itself. They carved their compound into the eastern edge of the village, a sprawling maze of crimson-roofed halls, training yards, ritual chambers, and gardens designed to proclaim both tradition and power. Ceiling arrays were etched into nearly every surface, glowing faintly with constant chakra flow, as if the clan itself breathed through ink and symbols. Children learned to mold chakra before they could read. By the time they could write their names, they were already tracing spirals, memorizing scripts older than Konoha, and listening to elders speak of lineage as if blood alone could sanctify cruelty. The Uzumaki path, as the elders called it, was simple. Endure, grow strong, and crush any weakness you find inside yourself first, in others second, because both were equally dangerous. Those who could not keep up were discarded with the same cold pragmatism they used to seal beasts into flesh. Naruto Uzumaki was born already behind. His hair was blonde instead of red, a pale stain in a compound that treated crimson like divinity. His eyes carried his father's warmth rather than the fiery intensity of Uzumaki blood. Worse still, he was half-blooded. Minato Namikaze died shortly after Naruto's birth, a hero to the village, an outsider to the clan, a man praised by Konoha and quietly resented by those who believed blood mattered more than deeds. Naruto's mother Kushina survived, but she never truly belonged after leaving her first husband for Minato. She was treated like a woman who'd betrayed the clan's purity for a foreign name, and Naruto was the proof of that betrayal breathing in their halls. He was placed in the branch family quarters, far from the main halls where Menma, his older brother, the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, was raised like royalty. From the beginning, Naruto felt the difference. The way elders looked at him like he was a problem they couldn't solve without staining their hands. The way children whispered and then laughed when they thought he couldn't hear. The way instructors lingered too long when correcting him, their grips tighter, their voices sharper, as if teaching was a privilege he had stolen by existing. Half-breed. Defect. Low class. At first, he didn't understand. He only knew the warmth other children felt in the compound was never meant for him unless he proved his worth during the initiation, the rite of passage that separated Uzumaki from waste. The ritual of awakening was the most important moment in an Uzumaki child's life. It marked the first time they consciously sensed chakra, the moment they joined the path not as passengers but as participants. The ceremony took place deep beneath the compound in a chamber carved from ancient stone, its walls layered with powerful sealing inscriptions passed down from the clan's earliest ancestors. Torches burned in iron brackets. Incense filled the air with a thick, bitter scent that clung to the throat. Elders stood in a crescent formation, robes adorned with spiral crests, their chakra signatures pressing down on the room like gravity. Naruto knelt in the center, small feet against cold stone, a cloth blindfold tied over his eyes. The hum of chakra pressed against him from all sides, powerful, dense, suffocating. Still yourself, an elder instructed. Reach inward. Naruto swallowed nervously. He had watched Menma perform the ritual 2 years earlier, watched the way the room leaned toward his brother as if the compound itself wanted to witness greatness. Menma had them gasped, and eyes widening as chakra rushed through him for the first time. The elders smiled, applauded, called him a prodigy, spoke his name like prayer. Naruto wanted that. He wanted to belong. He closed his eyes beneath the cloth, focused, waited for the warmth others described, for the pressure, for the flow, anything that would mean he was not wrong. Yet there was nothing. Not a flicker, not a spark, only a hollow emptiness stretching endlessly inside him, like a sealed chamber with no door and no light. Minutes passed. Sweat beaded on his forehead. His hands trembled, not with chakra but with fear. "What do you feel?" an elder asked calmly, as if the answer was already written. Naruto's voice shook. I can't feel anything." The chamber froze. "Explain," the elder demanded. "I can't feel chakra in or out of me," he whispered. "There's nothing there." Silence held for a heartbeat, and then it shattered. "What kind of joke is this? You dare mock the ritual? A monkey wearing our crest. Half-breed trash." Their voices overlapped in fury. Naruto flinched and turned instinctively toward where he knew his mother stood among the observers. "Mom?" The blindfold was ripped away and light flooded his eyes. He found her face, but there was no comfort there, no reassurance, only terror. Her lips trembled. Her hands shook at her sides. It was the look of someone realizing something precious had been lost forever, and she was too weak to save it. One elder spat on the stone near Naruto's feet. "You call yourself an Uzumaki?" Another snarled, "You're not even shinobi, just a chakra-less human. A mere monkey that can't grasp ninshu. Throw him out." Disgrace. Defect. The words struck harder than fists, because fists bruised and healed. Words settled into bone. From that day on, the clan stopped pretending Naruto was theirs. He was a stain they tolerated because killing a child inside Konoha drew questions, and questions were inconvenient. Instructors ignored him during lessons, and when they did acknowledge him, it was with cruelty disguised as practicality. "You don't need chakra drills," one scoffed. "What's the point?" he was told. Children were warned not to associate with him. Some listened, others learned it was acceptable to hurt him, push him into walls, trip him during training, steal his food, call him monkey and laugh. Naruto never fought back, not because he couldn't, but because somewhere deep down he believed them. Maybe he really was worthless. Over time, his mother grew quieter with each passing week. Her shoulders slumped, her eyes dulled, and the smiles she offered Naruto were like paper masks worn too long. At night, he heard her crying through thin walls, whispering apologies, begging to someone he couldn't see. In the fall of his 6th year, the whispers stopped. One morning, the compound buzzed with low murmurs as servants hurried through the garden. Naruto followed the noise with small, slow steps, as if he already knew where it would lead. He found them beneath the cherry blossom tree. Pink petals drifted gently through the air. His mother's body swayed slowly in the breeze, a rope cutting into her neck, hair falling across her face like a curtain. Naruto froze. The world felt distant, muted, like sound underwater. He walked closer, looked up. "Mom?" he called out, but there was no answer. An elder passed behind him and didn't even slow down. "Clean that up," the man said irritably. "It ruins the view of the blossoms." His wife giggled softly. "Filthy monkeys." They walked away. Naruto watched them go with a quiet, poisonous contempt that had nowhere to live yet. Then he turned back to his mother, reached up with trembling hands, and untied the rope. Her body collapsed into his arms. Cold, heavy, and unmoving. Something inside him shut off so completely it felt like a door locking from the outside. "It really does," he whispered faintly, laying her gently on the grass and closing her eyes. From that moment on, Naruto stopped feeling. He moved, he worked, he trained. But inside, everything went quiet. Years passed in a blur. He grew taller, lean, muscles hardening from constant labor. While other children advanced in chakra techniques and sealing arts, Naruto was assigned menial work, tending fields, hauling supplies, cleaning training halls. Punishment disguised as duty. Yet his body adapted anyway. Strength built, speed sharpened. His senses grew unnaturally keen, as if something in him compensated for what had been taken. By 13, he moved like a predator among prey, and the clan treated him like prey that refused to die. Menma had become a legend within the compound. The Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, prodigy, the future clan head. Elders praised him openly and compared every child to him, including Naruto, not to motivate but to humiliate. "Look at your brother, the pride of the clan," they would say, reverent. The whirlpool's key to being placed back on top. Then they'd turn to Naruto like a man looking at rot. "And then there's you." Naruto stopped listening. It was all the same. Words, spittle, disgust, a chorus that never changed. One day the dojo rang with the sound of fists striking flesh. Naruto stood across from another clansman his age, chakra flaring brightly around the boy's body like an aura of inherited worth. "Begin!" an instructor barked. The boy charged, chakra-enhanced punches tearing the air. Naruto slipped aside effortlessly, the blow missing his face by inches. His foot snapped out in a kick that nearly took the boy's head off. The clansman stumbled, but Naruto was already there. A right hook smashed into his jaw. Bone cracked. Before the boy could breathe, Naruto grabbed his collar and drove a knee into his face once, then twice, the second impact snapping the boy's head back with a wet sound as blood sprayed across the floor. The boy collapsed. Naruto stood over him, breathing steady, eyes empty, and the hatred burning in the boy's gaze only made Naruto's movements cleaner. He answered with fists. Punch after punch, no hesitation, no mercy, just brutality refined into habit. "Enough!" an elder shouted. Naruto didn't stop. A sudden kick slammed into his stomach and he skidded across the floor. A heavy foot pressed into his chest, pinning him. When spoken to, "Respond properly, scum." Naruto stared up at him, cold and unblinking. The elder smiled thinly. "If looks could kill, right?" He leaned down close enough that Naruto could smell incense and old arrogance. "Come with me. I have special training for you." The corridor that led beneath the Uzumaki compound sloped downward in a slow, spiraling descent, stone walls growing colder with every step. Torches burned at wide intervals, their flames casting long shadows that stretched and twisted along the tunnel like living things. Naruto walked a pace behind the elder, hands at his sides, eyes fixed ahead. He had been below before storage chambers, sealing vaults where scrolls older than Konoha were kept under heavy wards, but never this far. This was below even the vaults, below the foundations, where the clan's public tradition ended and its private cruelty began. The Uzumaki path was carved into these depths. "You know why the Uzumaki survived when the world tried to erase us?" the elder said casually, as though discussing weather. Naruto said nothing. "Our ancestors were too strong to die," the elder continued. "Not just in chakra but in spirit. They endured when others broke." They passed a stone relief carved into the wall, depicting ancient Uzumaki sealing massive beasts within glowing circles, faces hard with resolve. "Strength protected us. Weakness nearly wiped us out." The elder's eyes slid sideways toward Naruto. "And so weakness must be purged." The air grew damp, thick with the metallic tang of blood. "But you are different," the elder went on, his tone almost amused. "You have no chakra, which makes you less than nothing." Naruto remained silent. "Do you know what the path says happens to those who cannot walk it?" Naruto's voice came out flat. "They die." "Correct." They reached a massive stone door embedded with layers of glowing fuinjutsu. The symbols pulsed slowly like a living heart. The elder stopped. "When your brother Menma was your age, he was already executing missions for the village." Naruto's fingers twitched once. "He's the Kyuubi's vessel," the elder continued proudly. "The strongest Uzumaki in generations." He sliced his palm open, blood soaking into the seal. The door groaned. I heard last week he killed an A-rank shinobi by himself. The door cracked open. Darkness spilled out thick and alive. Growls echoed. Wet, heavy breaths. Shuffling movement. Naruto stepped back instinctively, and the elder's hand slammed into his shoulder. Can you imagine how strong that is? He whispered close to Naruto's ear, and then he shoved him inside. Naruto tumbled down stone steps, skin scraping against rough rock, and slammed hard at the bottom. Pain exploded through his ribs. Before he could rise, something massive struck his face. His head snapped sideways and blood burst from his mouth. He rolled, barely avoiding another blow that shattered stone where his skull had been. His eyes struggled to adjust. Shapes moved in the darkness, huge, twisted, and wrong. One creature lunged, bulky and uneven, skin stretched tight over muscle like a corpse stitched together. Naruto barely rolled aside as claws tore the space where his chest had been. Another slammed into his side and sent him crashing into a wall. His ribs screamed. A third creature dropped from above and knocked him flat, breath hot and rotten, teeth snapping inches from his face. Naruto jammed his forearm against its throat and pushed with everything he had. The creature screeched but didn't budge. It was too strong. Another grabbed his leg and yanked, dragging him across the floor as skin tore against stone. Claws raked his back and blood pooled beneath him. He screamed, and the chamber answered by swarming him, fists pounding, claws tearing, teeth sinking into flesh. Naruto curled inward instinctively, arms shielding his head. Pain overwhelmed him until time stopped being something he could count. When the door creaked open again, light spilled into the chamber and Naruto lay broken on the ground, breathing shallow, blood soaking into stone. "Oh," the elder said with amused surprise. "Still not dead." The monsters retreated into the shadows with low growls. The elder stepped inside, unbothered. "I see you've met our guests." Naruto barely opened one eye. "They're failed experiments from Orochimaru," the elder explained calmly. "Your brother brings them here after raids. They're usually used for Menma's training." He crouched beside Naruto, voice lowering into something intimate and cruel. "But since you're worthless, you can be useful to them instead." Naruto's lips trembled, whether from pain or the last remnants of childhood, he didn't know. "You once said you'd become Hokage," the elder sneered, and Naruto let out a weak, disbelieving laugh. "Ridiculous. The sooner you accept your place and stop fighting the inevitable, the easier it'll be. If you want to serve the Uzumaki, then die." The elder stood and walked back toward the door. "Try to last longer tomorrow." The door slammed. Darkness returned. Naruto drifted in and out of consciousness. Every breath burned. His body felt shattered. Eventually, everything faded into a black sleep that tasted like iron. He woke to soft voices days later, bandages wrapped tightly around his torso and limbs, throat dry as sand. Naruto, a branch family boy, knelt beside the bed, eyes wide with nervous pity. "How long?" Naruto croaked. 3 days, the boy whispered. "They thought you wouldn't wake up." Naruto stared at the ceiling as if it were a blank page. The world felt distant, muted. He rose slowly. Pain flared, then dulled quickly, as if his body refused to honor it. He made his way to the washroom, turned on the sink, watched water splash, and stared into the mirror. Carefully, he removed the bandage on his face, revealing a jagged scar running from the corner of his mouth toward his cheek, rough, uneven, and permanent. His reflection stared back without emotion. Something had been taken from him and replaced with a mark the clan could point to and call proof. From that night forward, life became routine, a brutal, endless cycle. Before dawn, Naruto was dragged from bed to tend the fields, hauling heavy sacks of grain, plowing hardened soil, carrying supplies meant for the main family. By noon he trained, relentless sparring, beatings from chakra-enhanced opponents, instructors who accidentally struck too hard and smiled when he bled. By night, the catacombs, thrown into darkness, fed to monsters, again and again and again. Each time he lasted a little longer. At first seconds, then minutes, then longer. His body adapted, muscles hardened, reflexes sharpened into something sharp enough to cut. He learned to roll with blows, to twist away from claws, to strike joints, eyes, throats. The monsters were powerful but slow. Naruto became fast, unnaturally fast. He learned their patterns, their breathing, the way they favored one side. He used stone debris as weapons, stabbed eyes, crushed throats, snapped fingers. They ripped him apart anyway, but less each time. Pain dulled. Fear vanished. Only emptiness remained, and inside that emptiness something else began to grow. A hunger that wasn't for life, but for cessation. An end to the noise of cruelty. Menma's name echoed everywhere above. Did you see Menma's seal array today? Menma mastered that technique already. The Kyuubi's power grows stronger every month. Elders boasted and compared all others to him. Naruto heard it while scrubbing blood from dojo floors, while limping back from training, while being dragged from the catacombs half-dead. Menma was everything. Naruto was nothing. The clan made sure he never forgot it. One night, after being thrown into the chamber again, Naruto hit the ground rolling and came up already moving. A creature charged. He ducked beneath its swing and drove his shoulder into its knee. Bones snapped and the monster howled. Another leapt from behind. Naruto spun and slammed his elbow into its jaw, teeth exploding as blood sprayed. He grabbed its head and smashed it against the stone wall again and again until it went limp. A third tackled him and they rolled across the floor. Claws tore into his back and Naruto jammed his fingers into its eyes. The creature shrieked and he headbutted hard and it slumped. Naruto lay on his back, chest heaving, blood dripping from his fingers, and for the first time he realized he wasn't immediately overwhelmed. A hollow laugh escaped him, the sound of someone who had forgotten what laughter meant. But the darkness answered with movement, more shadows, more growls. The real fight had only begun. The chamber surged toward him. More shapes emerged, massive bodies stitched together by twisted muscle, elongated arms scraping stone, jaws opening far wider than anything human. Naruto pushed himself to his feet and breathed steadily as three rushed him at once. The first swung wildly. Naruto ducked and slid forward, driving his shoulder into its stomach with everything he had. The impact lifted it slightly off the ground and it crashed backward into another, both tumbling into a heap. The third leapt. Naruto caught its arm midair, the force nearly tearing his shoulder from its socket. Muscle screamed, but he held on, twisted, and there was a sickening crack as the arm snapped the wrong way. The creature shrieked. Naruto stepped inside its reach and drove his knee upward into its ribs once, twice, the ribcage collapsing inward as blood bubbled from its mouth. Another barreled into him and they slammed into the wall hard enough to fracture stone. Dust rained down. Naruto's head struck rock and stars burst in his vision. Claws tore into his side. He snarled, jammed his thumb into its throat, felt it gag, then grabbed its jaw and wrenched sideways until the neck snapped and the body dropped. More came. They always did. One caught him from behind, wrapping massive arms around his chest and squeezing until bones creaked and air rushed from his lungs. Naruto's vision darkened at the edges. He stomped backward, slamming the creature into the wall again and again until its grip loosened. Another raked claws across his back. Pain flared then dulled. Naruto spun and smashed his fist into its face, cartilage shattering, and followed with a hook that sent it spinning to crash headfirst into the floor. He staggered, body screaming, mind quiet. The monsters circled, waiting, studying. They were learning. So was he. He lowered his center of gravity, breathed slowly, and when the next lunged he sidestepped and swept its legs out. It slammed down and Naruto leapt onto its chest, driving his elbow into its throat again and again until bone gave way. Another charged. Naruto met it head-on and they collided like rams, the force cracking stone beneath their feet. He ducked its follow-up strike and slammed both palms into its ears, rupturing something inside its skull. It screamed. Naruto grabbed its head and twisted. It dropped. Silence fell briefly. Naruto stood amid broken bodies, blood coating his arms, breathing steady. Something inside him had changed. He wasn't surviving anymore. He was hunting. Then the pressure hit, an overwhelming presence rising from deeper within the chamber. The remaining monsters backed away as something enormous moved in the far shadows. Heavy footsteps shook the ground. A massive humanoid form emerged, taller than the others, broader, body layered with thick muscle and hardened skin like armor, mouth stretching impossibly wide with jagged teeth. Its eyes fixed on Naruto, and it roared, the sound slamming into him like a wave. Naruto braced as it charged, stone shattering beneath its feet. He sprinted forward instead of away, and they collided, the impact throwing him backward across the chamber. He slammed into the wall as pain rippled through him. The monster followed instantly. A massive fist crashed into his stomach, lifting him off the ground and slamming him down again. Naruto coughed violently, blood splattering stone. The creature grabbed him by the head and smashed him into the floor once, twice, 3 times until the world blurred and his body felt heavy, broken. Why am I still fighting? He wondered. Pain roared through him, and then her face rose through the fog. His mother's gentle smile before everything changed, her tears, her body beneath the cherry blossom tree. Endure. The word echoed faintly like a prayer he never meant to say. The monster tightened its grip and Naruto gasped. Endure. Something deep inside him shifted, not chakra. Something else, raw and primal, strength beyond limit. Endure it. He didn't scream aloud. He roared in his own skull. His hands slammed into the creature's wrists, muscles bulging, veins standing out, and with a guttural strain he tore the monster's grip apart. The creature staggered back in shock. Naruto dropped to the ground, breathing hard, and his body felt lighter, stronger, like chains had fallen away. The monster roared and charged again. Naruto stepped forward and vanished. The creature's eyes widened a heartbeat before Naruto appeared at its side, fist slamming into its ribs hard enough to cave its side inward. Naruto followed with a brutal uppercut that snapped its head back. He grabbed its jaw midair and slammed its face into the wall. Stone exploded. He didn't stop. Again, again, again. The wall cracked and crumbled. Naruto drove the creature into the ground and mounted its chest, punching until bone shattered and blood splattered and its roars faded into wet gurgles. Finally, it went still. Naruto rose slowly, chest heaving, body trembling, alive more than alive. Awakened. He looked around at the broken chamber and the dead monsters and laughed softly, hollow and unrefined, as if the sound had to be relearned. Outside, 2 men were talking nervously when the air shifted. I heard you're keeping Orochimaru's monsters down there. What, getting cold feet? The elder scoffed. The clan head approved using that defect as feed. Then the pressure surged upward through the catacombs, crushing and unnatural, and the ground trembled. What was that? Boom! The sealed door exploded outward, stone and seal fragments blasting through the corridor. Naruto walked out covered in blood, eyes colder than steel. Torches flickered violently as if afraid of him. Get out of my way, he said calmly, flatly, and death saturated every word. They ran. Later that night, the Uzumaki compound was eerily quiet, the kind of quiet that only exists when everyone is holding their breath. Petals drifted beneath the cherry blossom tree. Naruto stood beneath it again, staring up at branches that had once held his mother's weight. Are you going to do it too? A rasping voice mocked behind him. The clan head stepped from the shadows, old and powerful, chakra rolling off him in heavy waves, eyes sharp with contempt rather than caution. Naruto didn't turn right away. With a body like this, he chuckled softly, probably wouldn't work. The clan head sneered. You were born wrong. Your mother proved it. You were always a mistake we should have corrected. Naruto's killing intent erupted, thick enough to make the air feel solid. When he finally turned, he wasn't holding a kunai. He was holding a weapon the clan never meant for hands like his. A dark, tri-pronged spear wrapped in worn bindings, its shape wrong in a way that made chakra recoil. The inverted spear of heaven, an ancient relic taken from a sealed vault, a tool created to pierce techniques themselves, to nullify chakra and unravel jutsu on contact as if they were lies written in smoke. All phenomena. The clan head's eyes widened, not at the spear alone but at what it meant. Naruto had reached into the clan's sacred heart and stolen the god-killing tooth. So first you disgrace our clan, the old man spat, voice shaking with rage, and then you steal from us? Naruto smiled, small and unrefined, and approached him slowly. You taught me the path, he said almost politely. Endure, grow strong, crush weakness. His gaze slid up the tree, petals drifting between them like falling ash. I endured. His grip tightened on the spear. But you! He stepped closer, the spear's tip hovering in the space between them, and the clan head's chakra surged instinctively barriers. Reinforcement, seals ready to bloom, but the weapon in Naruto's hand made all of it feel suddenly fragile. But you became weak over the years. Time haven't been good to you, old man. Naruto finished, voice calm as stone. The clan head snarled and moved first, chakra exploding outward in a sealing lattice meant to bind and crush, ancient Uzumaki script igniting midair like a net of burning ink. Naruto didn't dodge backward. He slipped forward, body moving with predatory certainty, and the spear flashed. The inverted spear of heaven struck the glowing script and made contact. The jutsu didn't resist or explode. It simply died. The lattice unraveled instantly, ink turning to nothing, chakra collapsing like a lungs emptied of air. The clan head's eyes widened in disbelief. Naruto was already inside his guard. The old man tried to reinforce his body, tried to summon another seal, tried to crush Naruto with raw chakra pressure. But every motion met the spear's shadow. Naruto's strikes were not pretty. They were efficient. A step to the side. Pivot. The spear's shaft slammed into the clan head's ribs, the sound of bone cracking loud in the garden's quiet. The old man staggered and attempted a counter-seal. Naruto's spear tip kissed the forming chakra and it vanished again, erased on touch. Panic flickered in the clan head's expression for the first time in his life. Not fear of death but fear of being powerless, of being reduced to what he had called Naruto. A mere human with nothing but flesh. Naruto tilted his head as if listening to something distant, then drove forward. The spear pierced not just skin, but chakra system itself. The clan head's body jerked. His chakra spasmed, flared, failed, and Naruto felt the weapon drink the technique out of him like it was poison being bled. The old man's mouth opened, soundless, eyes staring up at the blossoms as petals drifted down onto his face. Naruto leaned close enough to whisper, not kindly, not cruelly, simply stating a fact the way the elders once did to him. The sooner you stop fighting the inevitable, he murmured, the easier it'll be. Then he pulled the spear free. He left the garden behind him, leaving the tree and the corpse and the old doctrine to rot together beneath falling petals. Weeks later, in a dim tavern far from the Uzumaki compound, a man flipped through a bingo book with stained fingers. Pages rustled. Names, crimes, bounties. Then his breath caught and his eyes widened as if the ink itself had bitten him. Chapter 2: The Invisible Man. The moon hung low over the land of iron, a pale coin nailed to a sky that didn't care who lived beneath it. Its light spilled across the mountains in cold sheets, turning the snowfields into a vast, broken mirror. Wind prowled between the ridgelines and through pine boughs, whispering like something hungry. The silence out here wasn't peaceful, it was patient. The kind of quiet that waited for violence the way a blade waited in its sheath. Naruto moved through it like a ghost. Black cloth wrapped his frame, broken only by the dull glint of metal at his hip and a simple mask pulled over the lower half of his face. No insignia, no headband, no colors that told a story. In the shinobi world, everyone left a trail chakra signatures like footprints in fresh snow, a presence that trained sensors could taste in the air. But Naruto left none. He walked through the night with a body that the world insisted shouldn't exist, and every step was proof that the world was wrong. The land of iron was built on suspicion. Samurai territory, a nation of steel and vows, where honor was both currency and excuse, where shinobi were regarded like knives, useful when you needed something cut, dangerous when you didn't. Naruto had no interest in their politics. He never did. Nations argued, Kage threatened, clans plotted, and children suffered while leaders called it necessity. He had learned young that necessity was just a prettier word for cruelty. His mission was simple: find the target, end him, get paid. The target was a high-ranking samurai who lived in a fortress perched above a ravine, a man known for brutal tactics and corruption. He had bled villages dry through taxes and protection fees, executed dissidents publicly to keep the rest obedient, and sold favors to rival lords until the land of iron itself started to feel the itch of civil fracture. He had made too many enemies, and enemies with money always found a way to buy silence. Naruto didn't ask why. The contract didn't include morality, only details: name, residence, routine, proof of death required, payment delivered in full. The payment this time was heavy enough to make the cold feel like a mild inconvenience. He crouched behind a rock outcropping half buried in snow and watched the fortress. Guards patrolled the perimeter in steady loops, steel boots crunching in rhythm. Lanterns burned behind slitted windows, the light weak against the overwhelming night. He listened, not with chakra enhancement or summonings, but with the sharpened animal awareness of someone who'd spent years learning how to survive without a single supernatural advantage. There was a faint clink of armor, muffled voices carried by wind, and, deeper within, the soft scrape of paper and pen. Someone awake, working, unaware that his final hour had already begun. Naruto's eyes narrowed. He cataloged everything: guard spacing, blind spots, the way one patrol lagged half a step behind his partner, tired, complacent. A side service door with a fresh set of footprints leading to it, used recently. The angle of the watchtower and the direction the sentry preferred to look when he yawned. Then Naruto moved. He crossed open snow without sound, his weight distributing perfectly, his footfalls placed where the wind masked the faintest crunch. He slipped along the fortress wall like a shadow clinging to stone and reached the service door just as a patrol rounded the far corner. He waited, still as carved ice, and when the steps faded he slid forward and pressed his ear to the wood. Nothing. No voices. No movement close. His fingers found the lock. A small blade flashed from his pouch, thin, wicked, more tool than weapon. He didn't pick the lock so much as persuade it to stop existing, cutting with controlled pressure until the mechanism gave way without a dramatic snap. The door creaked faintly as it opened, and Naruto was already inside before the sound could become a problem. Warm air hit him first, then the smell of oil and steel, incense burned by men who thought ritual could wash blood from their hands. The hallways were narrow, designed for defense, corners meant to trap intruders. Naruto welcomed corners. Corners meant blind spots. Blind spots meant control. He moved through the fortress like it was built for him. Guards stood in pairs at key junctions, but their senses were tuned to the wrong things: sound, sight, the ripple of chi, the hint of chakra. Naruto gave them none. When he passed behind them, he did it within the exact breath between their conversation and the turn of their heads, timing his movement with the same cold calculation he once used to survive the catacombs beneath the Uzumaki compound. When he needed a door opened, he opened it. When he needed a hallway cleared, he waited. Patience was a weapon too. He found the target's chamber at the top level of the fortress. A heavy wooden door reinforced with iron bands. 2 guards posted outside alert, more disciplined than the ones below. Naruto watched them for a full minute, tracking their micromovements. One shifted his weight to relieve his left foot every 7 seconds. The other rubbed the side of his nose when the wind made his eyes water. Naruto didn't fight them. He didn't need to. Fighting would introduce chaos, and chaos created witnesses. He moved when the guard with the left foot shift leaned just slightly to ease his knee. Naruto stepped into the space behind him and struck once. 2 knuckles pressed into the carotid, a precise compression that stole consciousness without spilling blood. The guard crumpled silently, caught by Naruto's other hand before his armor could clatter. The second guard turned at the faintest shift in air and found nothing but darkness. Naruto was already behind him, palm covering his mouth, forearm locking his neck. A quick twist, controlled drop. The man's body folded into sleep. Naruto dragged them into the shadowed alcove beside the door and set them down as gently as a mortician. Then he worked on the lock. The same thin blade, the same patient pressure. The door opened like it had been waiting for him. Inside, the chamber smelled of ink and expensive wood. A fire burned low in a brazier, casting a gentle amber glow that made everything feel falsely warm. The samurai sat at a desk, broad shoulders hunched, scribbling onto a scroll with the satisfaction of a man who believed the world obeyed him. He didn't look up. He didn't sense anything. He didn't deserve to. Naruto stepped in and closed the door softly behind him. He crossed the room without haste, letting the moment stretch. There was a quiet cruelty in that, giving the target a second longer in the world without him knowing it. He reached into his pouch and drew a kunai. Plain steel, practical, light. It wasn't ceremony that ended a man. It was efficiency. "Nice desk," Naruto remarked dryly, his voice cutting through the room like a thin wire. "Shame it's going to be covered in your blood." The samurai whipped around, eyes wide, hand going for the sword at his side. But he was too slow, and Naruto had stopped measuring life in fairness a long time ago. Naruto closed the distance in one step and in one blurred, predatory movement, driving the kunai into the man's throat with a clean, practiced thrust. The blade sank deep. The samurai gagged, both hands flying to his neck, disbelief filling his eyes like water rising in a drowning man. Naruto leaned in, voice calm, almost conversational. "You really thought you could get away with everything, huh?" The samurai tried to speak. Only wet air escaped. Naruto twisted the blade slightly, ensuring the job was done. Not out of malice, out of certainty. A dead target didn't come back to complicate payment. "Well, here's the thing," Naruto continued, watching the light in the man's eyes dim. "When you piss off enough people, eventually someone comes knocking." He tilted his head, as if considering the room, the wealth, the arrogance. "And unlucky for you, I'm the guy they send." With a final, swift motion, Naruto pulled the kunai free. Blood spilled down the samurai's armor and onto the polished wood, staining it just as Naruto promised. The man collapsed, throat bubbling, limbs twitching once before going still. Naruto wiped the blade on the man's clothes and slipped it back into his pouch. He stood over the corpse for a heartbeat, not reveling, not mourning. It was business, always business. And yet there was a faint flicker of something else under the numbness, a quiet satisfaction, not in death itself, but in the proof. Proof that a boy with no chakra, no clan, no village, could still carve his will into the world. "Another job done," he murmured, voice barely more than a whisper. "Proof required." Naruto crouched, produced a smaller knife, and cut off the samurai's finger with a quick, economical motion. Blood welled. He wrapped the severed finger in cloth and tucked it away. Then he left as quietly as he'd entered. The fortress remained unaware. Guards continued their patrols. Lanterns continued to flicker. Somewhere below, a man laughed at a joke he would never remember. And above, a corpse cooled in a room that smelled of ink and arrogance. Naruto stepped out into the night again and let the wind hit his face. The snow didn't care what he'd done. The moon didn't judge. The land of iron remained what it had always been. Hard, unyielding, unforgiving. And Naruto was the same. He moved across the ridgeline and vanished into the white. The land of wind was warmer, but it had its own bite. Sand replaced snow, grit replacing frost, and the air carried the faint scent of dust and dry stone. Sunagakure slept beneath the stars like a coiled animal, walls and patrols and layered defenses meant to keep out the world and keep in power. Raza nearly sprang from his bed when the knocking came. It wasn't a knock on his door. It was on the far wall of his room, 3 soft taps where no one should have been able to reach without crossing layers of security. His hand shot to a kunai, his instincts firing before his mind caught up. Sand stirred around him, responding to his will, ready to erupt into a shield or spear. No attack came. The air remained still. Raza didn't let his guard down. He forced his eyes toward the corner of the room where shadows pooled thickly, and there was a man-shaped darkness with no chakra signature at all. Blue eyes stared back at him. Raza's frown deepened. Intruder, no question. But who? Why? Had another village sent an assassin? Had some rival decided to gamble on regicide? The questions flashed hot and sharp through his mind. Who are you? Raza ordered, voice hard, sand twitching in anticipation. His eyes tried to make sense of the figure's outline. Nothing. No chakra ripple. No pressure. Just presence. Relax, the man said, voice calm as if he was in a tavern instead of the Kazakage's bedroom. I didn't come to kill you. He stepped forward. Moonlight filtered through the window and finally caught his face partially shadowed, eyes unmistakably blue. The whisker marks were faint in the low light, but they were there, like a signature carved into flesh. Naruto Uzumaki. Raza's jaw tightened. Damn brat. You want me to relax after you breach the security of my house in the middle of the night? Naruto's shoulders lifted in the smallest shrug. I haven't attacked, have I? He flicked something with his fingers. A small, wrapped bundle sailed through the air and landed on the bed near Raza's knee with a soft thud. Raza stared at it, then carefully unwrapped the cloth. A severed finger, the samurai's finger, still faintly stiff with death. Recognition and irritation warred in his face. Just because you haven't, he said, voice low, doesn't mean you won't. I've already raised my chakra levels to alert everyone. So you completed the contract, shinobi killer? He shook his head once, almost disbelieving. Who would have thought a civilian with no chakra could achieve what my ANBU couldn't? Naruto didn't answer. He just stared, the silence telling Raza more than words would had. Raza reached to the side of his bed and produced a small leather pouch. Payment, he said. He tossed it. Naruto caught it without a word, fingers brushing over the weight of Ryo inside. He didn't care why the job existed. He never cared. Good payment meant he would do almost anything. His eyes narrowed slightly, calculating. Then his tone turned faintly bored. Is this all? Raza's mouth curved into a sharp, savage smirk. And if it is? Naruto scoffed softly, and for the first time something like disdain cracked through his numb calm. I could have slit your throat if I wanted. Such arrogance. His voice stayed measured, controlled. But all Kage are the same. You think you're leading role players. You think you have power no one else has. He tilted his head, almost thoughtful. Before I took this job, I stalked this village for weeks, drinking your booze, enjoying your women. Raza's sand surged instinctively, the room responding to his anger. His eyes narrowed into slits. You could have slit my throat, huh? Do you still want to test that theory? Nah. Naruto shook his head, and a small arrogant smile touched his mouth. He reached into his cloak and produced a locked box, heavy and ornate. When he opened it, moonlight flashed off gold, silver, diamonds, jewelry that didn't belong in a man's hands. But I'll test this, Naruto said lightly. Pretty sure I'll get a nice payday from it. What do you think? Raza's eyes widened in rage when he saw his late wife's belongings. Stealing from a dead man's wife was low. Golden sand forming around him. Yuba! Naruto moved. Not fast. Not like a shinobi flicker. Like a cut in reality. He vanished from where he stood and reappeared in front of Raza with the inverted spear of heaven in hand. Instinctually, Raza's sand surged to defend him, rising like a tidal wave, and suddenly it died. Not shattered, not dispersed, simply erased. The moment the spear's tip touched the chakra construct, the technique unraveled like it had never been. When Raza's breath caught at the sight, Naruto's arm flashed and steel kissed flesh. A sharp, clean X-shaped slice opened across Raza's chest. Blood bloomed through fabric. The cut wasn't fatal, but it was humiliating. It was a lesson carved into skin. He could have ended you at any moment. Naruto didn't linger. He dashed past, out the window, leaving only wind and the faintest echo of a laugh. Raza screamed not from pain alone, but from fury. Something in his chakra system felt wrong, like his pathways had been jarred, disrupted. He tried to call sand again and felt it stutter, hesitate, as if his own power didn't fully recognize him. Footsteps thundered outside. The door burst open. Men flooded in. Baki was first, eyes snapping to the bleeding Kazekage, reading the room in a fraction of a second. Raza was livid. Shinobi were already spilling through corridors, alarms rising, search squads forming. Guards would be sent back to training. Heads would roll. Demands would be made. He sat there breathing hard, chest burning, and hated how the night had proven something he refused to accept. In the dark, vultures attacked. "This is an insult to Suna," Raza snarled, eyes locked on Baki. "It is not the first time someone has infiltrated the village," Baki replied firmly. He didn't flinch under Raza's rage. He'd survived too many storms to fear one more. The third Kazekage disappeared, and even now we don't know what happened. Raza's mouth twisted. He didn't need the reminder. He didn't need the ghost of that failure dragged into this moment. "I don't need to be reminded of that. What matters now is finding where he is," Baki pressed, "and getting information about him. Aside from him being a mercenary, was there anything else? Anything you noticed?" Raza's eyes narrowed, forcing himself to recall details through anger. "He stayed in the darkness," he said, jaw tight, "but I'm certain he had blue eyes. And that blade, it takes away chakra. I'm still struggling to control mine." His fingers curled in his sheets. "I want you to find information, even if we must pay. We will." His voice dropped, bitter. "Is Suna this weak?" "No," Baki said immediately, steady as stone. "Assassins are trained to infiltrate defenses. Sometimes it's impossible to stop them from getting in. Nobody just dares to try it on a Kage. Not unless they're confident." Raza's glare sharpened. Someone dared, and almost succeeded. "Almost," Baki repeated, emphasis calm. Raza's expression twisted. "Does it look like I care?" Baki didn't answer that. He didn't need to. The cut across Raza's chest answered it all. Outside the village gates, Naruto walked with the jewelry box tucked beneath his cloak. The night wind bit at his face, sand hissing across the dunes. He opened the box briefly, letting the moonlight catch diamonds and gold, and his smile turned real for the first time in a while, sharp and greedy. "More money to gamble with?" he muttered, voice low, almost pleased. "Heh, I hear the land of stone has great horse racing." He closed the box, slipped it back into his cloak, and continued into the desert. Behind him, Sunegakure's search squad swarmed like ants, angry and blind, chasing footprints that were never there. No chakra signature, no trail to sense, only a rumor moving faster than logic. As he walked away from the land of wind biting his face, Naruto allowed himself a small smirk. He had done it again, another contract completed, another powerful enemy humbled, another system reminded that titles didn't make you untouchable. His reputation as the shinobi killer was growing. And somewhere, in the shadowed channels of the world's underbelly, a new name began to spread with it, half fear, half disbelief. The Invisible Man. Land of Fire. Weeks later, the news finally arrived, and it arrived the way most bad news did, in a shinobi village, quietly, wrapped in paperwork, delivered without ceremony, as if the paper itself could soften the weight of what it contained. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind the Hokage's desk with the posture of a man who had been upright for too long, spine stiff from duty and the slow grind of regret. It felt like a lifetime since Naruto disappeared. Not in the way time moved on calendars, or the way seasons rolled through the village like gentle waves. Spring to summer, summer to autumn, soft and indifferent to human grief. It felt like a lifetime in the way guilt took root and spread, in the way every quiet hour became an accusation. Hiruzen had lived through wars, burying friends and enemies alike, watching generations rise and fall beneath the Hokage's hat. But there were burdens that aged a man faster than battle ever could. This was one of them, the kind that sat behind the ribs and never loosened, the kind that made food taste like ash and morning light feel undeserved. Had self-mutilation been a ritual that erased sin, he would have done it. If carving out his own flesh could have atoned for the boy lost under his watch, the knife would have been in his hand before the thought finished forming. Most days in the office were doom and gloom, and the presence of Jiraiya towering over him, broad-shouldered, looking too tired for someone so strong, only sharpened it. The Toad Sage didn't need to say much. His silence carried the weight of every unmade decision, every compromise dressed up as politics, every moment they told themselves they would step in tomorrow, and every tomorrow that had come and gone without courage. And yet, when Hiruzen looked down from the Hokage Tower that morning, the village streets did not wear mourning. Konoha had rejoiced. People laughed. Vendors shouted. Children ran. Couples argued over nothing at all. The sky was clean and blue, the kind of day that made the world feel simple. It made Hiruzen's stomach turn because simplicity was a lie they told themselves to keep walking. They had dreaded the day Naruto vanished, the night the Uzumaki clan head was murdered, the night the compound's gates were stained with an event no one could explain without breaking something inside themselves. For weeks afterward, Konoha had moved as if holding its breath, waiting for retaliation from the Uzumaki or foreign attention drawn by the chaos. But fear, like all things, dulled. The village wanted comfort more than truth, and comfort demanded a story with clean edges. So they made one. It had left Hiruzen sick to his stomach when he learned what had spread through the streets. Naruto did it because he was unstable. Naruto did it because he snapped after his mother died. Naruto, the poor boy, cursed boy, broken boy, went mad and slaughtered his way out. If it hadn't been so obscene, Hiruzen might have laughed. Not because it was funny, but because it was the kind of lie that revealed a deeper cruelty. People preferred a child's madness to the reality of what their own systems had created. Stupidity, he had learned, was most inventive when it needed to digest something it couldn't bear to understand. If Naruto was insane, then everyone else could remain innocent. Hiruzen knew the truth and he hated himself for it, because truth without action was just another form of betrayal. He was still staring at the streets when the paper landed on his desk. Jiraiya didn't toss it. He set it down with a care that felt strange coming from him, like placing something fragile on an altar. Hiruzen's eyes lowered slowly, as if the movement itself might invite punishment. A photograph, real, not inked in a mission report, an actual captured image, the kind Jiraiya's network sometimes procured when words weren't enough. The background was crowded and indistinct, full of people and movement, somewhere harsh and wind-cut. The subject stood near the edge of the frame like he'd been caught by accident, as if the world had snapped the picture without asking permission. Hiruzen's breath stalled. 17, if time had been honest, but the boy in the photo looked older in ways age couldn't explain. His posture wasn't that of a shinobi showing confidence. It was the posture of a man who had stopped expecting mercy from the world. His hair was blonde, long enough to fall over part of his face, shadowing the eyes. Yet there, unmistakable as a curse, were the whisker marks on his cheeks. Naruto was alive. For a moment, just a moment, Hiruzen didn't care about the bounty, the title, the crimes. Relief hit him with a sharpness that almost hurt. Alive meant the story wasn't finished. Alive meant that whatever afterlife awaited mothers who died too young, Kushina Uzumaki couldn't reach down and tear his soul apart for losing her son completely. When and where was this taken? Hiruzen asked, and he hated how his voice cracked around the question. About a month ago, Jiraiya replied. His tone was quiet, eyes fixed on the village streets through the window, as if he couldn't bear to look at the picture too long. Land of Wind, near the border heading toward Earth Country. Hiruzen's jaw tightened at the careless look on Naruto's face. It was joy, but not truly joy. More like there was an ease to him in the photo that shouldn't have existed in a fugitive carrying 100 million Rio dead or alive bounty. He looked like a traveler, not a criminal. Like someone on vacation rather than someone hunted. He looks like someone enjoying himself on vacation, Hiruzen murmured, almost to the picture. Not someone running. Jiraiya's expression darkened. That's what scares me. The old man set the photo down, then picked it up again, as if letting it go would make it disappear. I feared. When the Uzumaki locked themselves down after that day, something worse had happened, Hiruzen admitted. The compound went silent. No funerals, no petitions, no justice, just stone walls and closed gates. He let out a long breath, one that sounded like an old weapon being unburied. At least we know he lived. Jiraiya glanced at him, then away. He couldn't fault the Hokage entirely, at least not without condemning himself. Hiruzen had suggested intervention. He had said the situation was bad. He had warned that the Uzumaki path, the way the clan had rotted into something that worshipped strength like a god, would swallow that boy whole. Jiraiya had rejected it. I'm not suited to be a guardian, he had said, and he had believed it. He had told himself Naruto would survive because Naruto always survived. He had told himself Minato's son had a kind of fate, some bright, stubborn destiny that would keep him intact even when the world tried to break him. He blamed himself now for thinking a child could outlast a system designed to grind children into silence. This means he's moving, Jiraiya said finally, forcing his mind into strategy because strategy was safer than grief. Village to village. Borders. Maybe he's a spy. The word didn't sit right even as he said it. Or a gun for hire. Hiruzen's gaze stayed on the photo. He leaves no trail. Yeah. Jiraiya's voice flattened. Before this there was nothing. No sightings. No rumors that stuck. Just silence. A ghost, Hiruzen whispered. A complete ghost. Jiraiya agreed, and the agreement tasted like dread, because shinobi were trained to track what moved. Ghosts were what happened when the world failed to notice something until it was too late. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed, shifting from relief into the cold arithmetic of leadership. It begs the question, he said quietly. Who does he work for? And what is his end game? Jiraiya's gaze hardened. We can only answer that by asking Naruto. The words hung in the room between them like a blade, because asking Naruto didn't mean sending a letter. It meant pursuit. It meant confrontation. It meant dragging a boy a young man now, into the light and forcing him to answer for blood. Even though he was Minato's son, Justice didn't care about lineage. Even though he was alive, he hadn't come home. He hadn't sent word. He hadn't tried to explain. Couldn't be that he didn't remember. Naruto had known them. He had known his heritage. He had turned down training in the past, turned away from hands offered too late. He chose not to come, and that raised a question neither of them wanted to say aloud. Maybe he didn't come because he didn't want to. Any news from him recently? Hiruzen asked, voice quieter now, almost ashamed of the hope threaded through the question. No. Jiraiya rubbed the bridge of his nose. His trail's gone silent again. My networks are watching borders, merchants, missing Nin channels, anything that breathes gossip. But he vanished after this. Hiruzen tapped the photo lightly with 2 fingers, studying Naruto's expression, the way his shoulders sat loose. "He shouldn't be hard to find," he said slowly, more to himself than to Jiraiya. "It almost looks like he doesn't care about being seen." Jiraiya snorted softly, humorless. "Or he knows he can't be caught." Hiruzen looked up at his student, the weight of command settling over his features. "You have to find him, Jiraiya." Jiraiya's lips pressed into a thin line. "You don't have to tell me twice. I will. This is partly my fault anyway." Hiruzen didn't debate whose fault it was. Blame was a luxury when the village was at risk. He simply stared at the photograph again and thought of Kakashi, thought of how the silver-haired Jonin carried grief like an extra organ, how he smiled less with every year as if expressions were privileges he no longer deserved. "Kakashi will at least smile," Hiruzen said softly, and the softness didn't make it kinder. "Yet another one of our failures. Sasuke-kun has also fled to join Orochimaru. Nothing has been done right." "The massacre weighed heavily on him," Jiraiya muttered, "and he had no one." "We made attempts," Hiruzen said, and for a moment he sounded tired rather than authoritative. "But he was not willing to let anyone in." Kakashi tried. The old man's expression hardened like stone settling into its true shape. "We have to consider the possibility that Naruto is hostile." Jiraiya's brows furrowed. "I don't want to think about that." "But we have to." Hiruzen's voice carried the edge of a man who had watched softness kill people. "He is alive. He is roaming carefree. He has not once attempted to answer for what happened here. Not once attempted to contact anyone. He should be 17 now, old enough to understand consequences, old enough to make choices with a clear mind. If he has no interest in coming back peacefully, then he is hostile." The words were harsh because reality was harsher. Hiruzen had been accused of naivete for years, and sometimes he deserved it, but he would not allow sentimentality to blind them now. Naruto was human. He was not born a saint. He could hate and love. He could be influenced by kindness, by cruelty, by any hand that offered him a home when Konoha failed to do so. Nobody knew his mind anymore. They had to leave doors open in their thinking. They had to assume every outcome because the wrong assumption got villages burned. Jiraiya exhaled slowly, eyes still on the street outside, on children laughing like the world had never been cruel. "Do we let the Uzumaki know about this?" Hiruzen shook his head immediately. "No." Part of safety had always been discretion, and part of it was cowardice dressed as caution, but he didn't let himself name it that. "We have kept this secret from the village and from other nations to prevent our enemies from racing to claim him. He is still an Uzumaki, and the son of the fourth Hokage. There is no village that wouldn't try to recruit him if they learned he's alive." His fingers curled once around his pipe and then relaxed. "And if the Uzumaki learn it now, there's no telling what measures they'll take to drag him back. I don't need an international incident. Not with the way the world already watches Konoha after the Kyuubi attack. Not with our fractures showing." Jiraiya's expression tightened. "Do you think he'd join Konoha's enemies?" Hiruzen didn't hesitate, because hesitation was a kindness he could not afford. Why would he not? If they offer him a home and treat him well, there is no logical reason to refuse. His eyes remained on the photograph, on the shadowed ease in Naruto's face. Naruto was young when he left. Never in the academy. Loyalty was not something we built in him. We cannot let others know. We must continue to do this secretly." Jiraiya stared out the window again, hands curling into fists at his sides. Somewhere out there, a boy they failed had become a ghost. And ghosts didn't come back for forgiveness. They came back for something else. Uzumaki compound. Ever since their clan head was assassinated, nothing in Whirlpool had been the same. Not truly. The Uzumaki compound still stood proud on the eastern edge of Konoha, its gates still heavy with spiraled crests and layered fuinjutsu, its walls still carved with the arrogance of a clan that believed it had survived history through superiority alone, but the air within had changed. The silence wasn't peaceful. It was watchful, the kind of silence that waited for the next scream. It felt like a bad omen had crawled inside the bones of the clan and made a nest there, and no amount of incense or ritual chanting could smoke it out. Today was supposed to be the day things changed, the day order returned, the day a new spine formed for a clan that had been left headless and humiliated. But even the grounds seemed to disagree. The gardens, the pride of the compound, the place elders once strolled while speaking of heritage and purity, looked sick. The cherry blossoms still stood, but their petals were thinner, their color washed pale, as if the trees had grown tired of blooming for monsters. The koi pond's water was clearer than it should have been, not in the clean way, but in the empty way, like a body drained of blood. The moss clinging to stones had browned at the edges. The air carried the faint scent of rot beneath the sweetness of spring, and the ceiling arrays etched into the pathways pulsed more often now, like nerves flaring in phantom pain. Servants moved quietly through it all, heads lowered, hands always busy, as if stillness might draw attention. Even the children, those who should have been loud, careless, alive, had learned to speak in half voices. The Uzumaki path demanded endurance. The clan demanded strength. Yet for the first time in years, the compound felt afraid. Not of outsiders, of what had been born inside their own walls and left, and of what might come back. The town hall sat near the center of the compound, a wide structure of red lacquered wood, its roof sweeping upward like a ceremonial blade. Inside, the meeting chamber was immaculate. Polished floors, ink-brush screens depicting whirlpools swallowing seas, ceremonial banners hung at perfect angles. But perfection couldn't erase the tension soaking into everything like damp. The air felt dense, as if it had been holding its breath since the night Naruto Uzumaki vanished. 3 figures waited within. Mukai Uzumaki sat first, still as a carved statue, patience worn so thin it looked like restraint. He was one of the elders of the whirlpool and one of the last people to see Naruto before his exodus, though the story he told about that night had become more colorful with each retelling. He never said he ran. He never said he froze. He spoke instead of fending off the beast, of holding the line, of a fight so fierce the torches had bowed away from it. In his version, Naruto had vanished like a specter mid-battle, leaving Mukai standing in defiant triumph. It was a lie wrapped around shame so tightly that even Mukai sometimes believed it, because the alternative was admitting that when death looked him in the eyes, he had done what most of the clan did when faced with something they couldn't overpower. He had survived first and justified later. Age had not softened him. He was regal in the way old snakes were regal, measured, coiled, dangerous. His red hair was tied neatly into a bun, not a single strand out of place, as if disorder itself offended him. His traditional whirlpool haori draped over narrow shoulders with practiced dignity, embroidered with faint spirals that caught the light. But it was his eyes that did the real talking, sharp purple, cold as drawn steel. The eyes of a man who had spent decades writing seals meant to bind monsters and believed the world should be grateful for it. The best Fuinjutsu master left in Whirlpool, now that the previous clan head was dead. That fact sat on his shoulders like a crown he pretended he didn't want. Beside him sat Fuka Uzumaki, her posture straight, her expression carved into stone. Where Mukai's influence came from age and ritual authority, hers came from the dojo and the blade. She ran the swordsman school Uzumaki steel-forging tradition married to Konoha discipline, and no one in the compound questioned her claim as the strongest swordsman in Whirlpool. She wasn't built like a brute. She didn't need to be. Slim, toned, every line of her body suggested speed and precision rather than raw force. 35 years old and still dangerous in the way only veterans were, dangerous calm on the surface, lethal underneath. Her red hair was long and flowing, glossy as blood in sunlight, and her purple eyes could make grown shinobi lower their gaze without realizing they'd done it. She was, undeniably, one of the most beautiful women the clan had produced, but beauty was just another weapon in a place that worshipped power. She wielded it the same way she wielded a sword, without apology. And then there was the third. He sat slightly apart from them, not because anyone had ordered it, but because space formed naturally around him the way water parted around a submerged stone. Nagato Uzumaki rarely entered the limelight. He was a rumor the clan preferred to keep in its pocket, a blade kept sheathed until the moment the world forced their hand. Since his parents had been saved after the war, they had never migrated to the hidden rain. The boy who, in other timelines, would have been swallowed by war and desperation had instead grown beneath Konoha's sky, quiet, observant, and terrifying in a way that didn't rely on swagger. He stood 6'2" when he rose, lean but not frail, built like someone whose strength came from something deeper than muscle. His red hair fell forward in soft curtains that partially obscured his eyes, and the way it shadowed his face made him look perpetually half removed from the room, like his mind was elsewhere, watching something nobody else could see. He wore muted robes, darker than the clan's usual ceremonial colors, and the spiral crest at his collar was small, almost humble. Almost. But there was nothing humble about the aura that clung to him. It wasn't chakra pressure the way the Nine Tails was, hot and aggressive. It was colder, dense, like the air near a grave before it's dug. When Nagato's gaze lifted, it felt as though the room itself stiffened. Under those strands of hair, his eyes were not purple. They were rings upon rings of pale violet, concentric circles that seemed to draw the world inward. The Rinnegan. Not gifted, not planted. In this universe, Nagato had awakened them naturally, an impossible anomaly blooming of the sage's legacy inside Uzumaki blood. Jiraiya had seen those eyes once and gone pale, whispering the kind of words men only whispered when they believed in prophecy. Second coming of six paths, the end of something. The clan didn't worship Nagato. They feared him, and to him fear was its own kind of reverence. They waited for nearly an hour, the silence stretching like wire. Mukai's fingers tapped once against his knee, then stopped. Fuka didn't move at all, though the faint tightening of her jaw betrayed her impatience. Nagato remained still, hands folded, expression unreadable. Outside the chamber, footsteps came and went, servants and guards rotating like nervous blood cells. Inside, it felt like the room itself was listening. Then they felt it. A heavy presence. Not an elder's heavy chakra pressure, not the controlled warmth of a trained shinobi, something louder, rawer, arrogant. The air seemed to heat up around it as it approached, like the room bracing. The sliding door opened. Mukai's voice cut through the stillness immediately. "You're late." His tone was sharp with offense, but beneath it was something uglier. The fear of being made to wait. "What were you doing? Is the future of our clan of importance to you, brat?" Fuka's mouth curved, but not into a smile. "Our Highness finally graced us with his appearance," she said, each word dipped in sarcasm. "I was beginning to wonder if the Kyuubi had swallowed your sense of obligation." A young man stepped through as if the room belonged to him by birthright. Menma Uzumaki, 20 years old, a tall man of 6'3" and built with the kind of strength that didn't come from labor alone but from being born with a flood inside his blood. His hair was dark red, silky and finely combed, held back with a golden hair clip that kept it upright in an almost ceremonial manner. Two long bangs hung down neatly on either side of his face, framing eyes that held the same purple as the rest of the clan, but in his, the color looked predatory rather than dignified. He wore a black and red haori with a collar edged in thick gold and unique spiral designs, and beneath it, red battle armor that spoke of status and readiness both. He did a little of everything: ninjutsu, taijutsu, sealing, strategy, master of none, perhaps, but a powerhouse in all because he carried what no one else could imitate. The Nine Tails chakra, a living ocean at his fingertips. There was more chakra in him than most of Whirlpool combined, and he knew it. The room could feel it, like standing too close to a bonfire. A cocky smile played at his lips. "Sorry about that," Menma said, as if apologizing for rain. He spread his arms slightly, casual, theatrical. "But what's the point of me being here? We all know what's about to happen, right?" His eyes slid between Mukai and Fuka, the smile sharpening. "I'm going to be the next Uzumaki clan head anyway." The statement landed like a slap. Mukai's expression did not change, but the room felt his chakra shift subtle, controlled and offended. Fuka's eyes narrowed just enough to be noticed, her fingers flexing once on her thigh as if remembering the shape of a sword hilt. Menma held their gazes without blinking, enjoying the friction he created. Then his attention drifted inevitably toward the quiet figure in the corner. Menma's smile faltered for the briefest fraction of a second. Nagato did not smile back. He simply looked at Menma, and the air in the room seemed to dim, as if the light itself hesitated in the face of those ripple-pattern eyes. Menma's chakra flared instinctively, a reflexive show of dominance. Red heat licking off his skin, but it met Nagato's presence like fire meeting deep water. The flame did not go out, it simply felt smaller. Before the tension could climb into open hostility, the door slid again, slower this time. An old man entered, no younger than 90, his back bowed by time, hands shaking slightly as he held a sealed scroll. He moved with care, as if the air itself might topple him. Yet even in his frailty, his presence commanded the room. Not because he was strong, but because he carried something stronger than any of them. Authority. He sat with effort at the head position reserved for the reader of law, the keeper of final words. The scroll was laid gently on the low table between them like a corpse waiting to be named. For a moment no one spoke. Even Menma's confidence tightened into impatience. The old man cleared his throat. The sound was thin but final. With the Uzumaki clan head dead, he began, voice wavering but clear enough. The first part of his will is now complete. He broke the seal and unrolled the scroll slowly, the paper crackling like dry leaves. A new clan head will not be chosen until Menma Uzumaki is an adult of body and mind. Menma's smile returned immediately, satisfied. Mukai's eyes hardened. Fuka's expression remained unreadable. Nagato didn't react at all. The old man continued reading, and as he did, the room seemed to grow heavier, as though every word pulled it closer to the floor. This wasn't just a will. It was a battleground written in ink. Until such time, the old man read, the clan's authority will be maintained by a council of 3, the Seal Master, the Blade Master, and the Jinchuriki, so that no single branch may seize the whirlpool through deceit. Mukai's lips tightened almost imperceptibly. Fuka's eyes flicked once toward Menma. Menma tilted his head, amused. A council of 3. A leash. A compromise designed to prevent exactly what each of them wanted, soul power. Nagato's head turned slightly, almost lazily, yet the motion drew attention like a magnet. Humph. Deceit. He echoed softly, as if tasting the word. His voice was calm, almost gentle, and that made it worse. As if truth is what killed the clan head. Mukai's eyes snapped toward him. Careful, he warned, tone sharp. Words have weight in this room. Nagato's Rinnegan fixed on Mukai, and the elder's warning died in his throat not because Nagato threatened him, but because the gaze itself felt like judgment. They should, Nagato replied simply. Weight keeps the truth from floating away. Fuka watched them both, expression unreadable. Menma scoffed lightly, but his fingers twitched near his belt as if he needed to remind himself he was armed, that he had power, that the room belonged to him. Truth, Menma said, voice dripping with contempt. Truth is simple. The strong lead, the weak follow, the dead don't speak. Nagato's eyes didn't change, but the air around him sharpened. And yet, he said quietly, the dead wrote this will. The dead still command you. For a heartbeat, the room went colder. Menma's red chakra flickered, flaring like a beast pressing against its cage. Mind your words, scum, he said, smile thin. Nagato didn't blink. I am, he answered. The old man cleared his throat again, desperate to steer the room back to procedure before it turned into violence. He took a breath, and his trembling hands steadied, as if the words he was about to say demanded reverence even from his failing body. However, he continued, The second part of the will dictates the method by which the next clan head will be decided once Menma Uzumaki is deemed of age. Mukai leaned forward slightly. Fuka's posture sharpened. Menma's smile faded into a thin, impatient line. Nagato remained still, but the faintest shift in his gaze suggested interest, like a predator noticing movement in tall grass. The old man's gaze lifted from the scroll, meeting theirs one by one, as if he wanted to watch their reactions in real time. "It will not be chosen by vote," he said. "It will not be decided by tradition alone, nor by bloodline alone." The air tightened. "It will be decided by combat." Silence struck the room so hard it felt physical. Menma blinked once, as if he hadn't heard correctly. "What?" The old man didn't flinch. "Combat," he repeated, and this time the word sounded like a verdict rather than a suggestion. "A sanctioned, non-lethal trial overseen by the council and sealed by the elders. A gauntlet of endurance, strategy, and domination into 3 phases. The first, Fuinjutsu contest and counterseal. The second, weapon combat under restriction seals. The third, a final engagement where each candidate may use their full capabilities, but killing is forbidden. Victory will be determined by incapacitation or surrender." Menma scoffed and felt offended. Mukai's disdain was visible in the slight curl of his lip. Fuka's eyes, sharpened with the interest of a swordsman, offered an honest proving ground. Nagato said nothing, but the way his Rinnegan watched the room made it feel like he was already measuring everyone's souls. "A non-death match?" Menma scoffed, incredulous, as if the concept insulted him. "You want the future of Whirlpool decided by a play fight?" The old man's eyes stayed steady. "You misunderstand. It is not a play fight. It is a trial designed to prove who can lead without collapsing the clan into civil war. The will states that strength without restraint is weakness disguised as power." He paused, voice lowering. "It also states that any leader who cannot win without slaughter is unworthy of the Whirlpool." The last line hung in the room, sharp and personal, like the dead clan head had aimed it directly at Menma from beyond the grave. Menma's smile returned, but it was colder now. "Fine," he said at last. "I'll win anyway. I'll just do it without killing, so everyone can sleep easier." Mukai nodded once, slow. "Agreed," he said, though agreement wasn't peace, it was preparation. "Let the clan see what true mastery looks like." Fuka inclined her head slightly. "A week is enough," she said, "for those who are ready." Nagato finally spoke again, soft enough that it felt like the room had to lean in to hear him. "A week," he repeated, almost contemplative. Then his gaze slid briefly toward the far wall, toward the direction of the compound gates beyond which the world moved. "Long enough for rumors to travel," he murmured, "and for certain ghosts to hear them." Mukai stiffened. "You think—" "I think," Nagato interrupted gently, "that the clan is not the only thing without a head." His Rinnegan glinted in the torchlight. "And that something else has been walking free." Menma's red chakra pulsed once, hotter. "Naruto," he spat, the name like poison. The room didn't need clarification. Everyone knew which ghost haunted their halls, which absence had become the clan's true sickness. Fuka's voice was calm, but her eyes sharpened. "If he returns," she said, "it won't be for forgiveness." Nagato's expression didn't change. "No," he agreed, "it will be for revenge." The old man rolled the scroll closed with trembling fingers and pressed the seal back into place. "Then it is settled," he said, and for a moment his voice carried something like relief, or perhaps resignation. "1 week from now, Whirlpool will have its direction." Menma rose first, chair scraping softly. He didn't bow. He didn't offer respect. He turned and walked toward the door as if the meeting had simply confirmed what he already believed was his. But as he moved, an ominous glow of red chakra bled from his skin, faint at first, then stronger, like heat shimmering above a flame. It wasn't a technique, just leakage, emotion escaping containment. The 9 tails stirred beneath his ribs, responding to his pride like it recognized kinship. At the doorway, Menma paused, looking back over his shoulder. His gaze passed Mukai, past Fuka, and stopped on Nagato. For a heartbeat, the two locked eyes, purple predatory ambition against pale, concentric inevitability. Menma's smile sharpened. "Don't get in my way," he said. Nagato's response was a quiet certainty. "You assume you're walking towards something I want." Menma snorted and left, the red glow trailing behind him like a warning. Mukai watched him go with eyes sharp as blades. Fuka watched him go like a swordsman watches the wind before a storm. Nagato watched him go like a god watches a man boast beneath a sky that does not answer. He wonders if he needs to pay a visit to a specific ghost soon. Outside, the compound's sickly blossoms trembled as if they could feel what was coming, and somewhere far beyond the walls, the real omen, the one they refused to name, walked the world like a shadow with no chakra at all. Tanzakagai. A real omen. The stories whispered about Naruto Uzumaki painted him as a ticking time bomb, an unstable killer roaming the nations, a rogue weapon waiting to turn on the world. In the minds of village elders and mercenary brokers alike, he was a storm gathering strength, a specter of violence moving with purpose. The truth, at least for tonight, could not have been further from that grim image. The border town near the Land of Fire buzzed with life beneath the glow of lanterns strung across narrow streets. Neon signs flickered against damp stone, reflecting pools of gold and crimson light across the snowmelt that slicked the ground. Music poured from open doors, shamisen strings clashing with drunken singing, while laughter, curses, and the sharp clatter of dice blended into a single chaotic rhythm. The air was thick with the scent of fried batter, spilled alcohol, tobacco smoke, and perfume cheap enough to sting the nose. Naruto moved through it all like he belonged. His blonde hair was loosely tied back, stray strands brushing the jagged scar that cut across the corner of his mouth. He wore dark traveling clothes, simple and worn, but there was an ease to his stride that drew eyes without effort. He wasn't tense. He wasn't cautious. He looked like a man enjoying himself. Casino after casino fell to him. In one gambling hall, he sat at a low wooden table surrounded by shouting patrons, dice rolling across polished surfaces slick with years of use. Bets were slammed down, voices raised in challenge. Naruto flicked the dice forward lazily, barely looking. They clattered. Double sixes. The table erupted. Men cursed, slapped their foreheads, and stared in disbelief as piles of Rio were shoved toward him. Naruto simply smiled and scooped his winnings closer. At another establishment, lanterns swayed above spinning wheels and snapping cards. Dealers dealt with sharp, practiced motions, eyes narrowing as Naruto's hands turned perfect combinations again and again. The murmurs started after the third flawless round. No one was that lucky. At a kunai-throwing booth, rotating wooden targets spun at varying speeds while challengers missed more often than not. Naruto stepped forward casually, flicking his wrist. Bullseye. Again. And again. And again. By the time he left the third casino, his pockets were heavy and his presence was being whispered about in irritation. By the fourth, guards were already watching him before he sat down. When he cleaned out 2 high rollers in a single round, the manager stormed over, face red with anger. "Sir," he snapped, forcing politeness through clenched teeth, "we're going to have to ask you to leave." Naruto raised a brow. "Already? You're disrupting business." A soft laugh escaped him as he rose, coins clinking in his pockets. Fair enough. The 5th place didn't bother pretending. After one win, the owner pointed at the door without a word. Naruto shrugged and stepped back into the night, a satisfied grin tugging at his lips. Luck of the devil, they called it. Maybe it was luck. Or maybe it was something sharper. Either way, his stomach chose that moment to growl loudly. He turned toward a warmly lit restaurant nestled between two taverns, steam drifting from its open doorway along with the rich smell of grilled seafood. Inside, the noise was gentler than the casino's wooden counters, low tables, soft lantern light bathing everything in gold. Naruto slid onto a stool at the bar. "Can I assist you, sir?" the waiter asked. "Yes, can I have a prime rib and takoyaki balls?" Naruto said easily, leaning back. "Oh, and a large vase of sake. The most expensive you have." The waiter blinked in surprise. "Plenty of money to spend tonight," Naruto added with a grin. The man's face lit up instantly. He bowed quickly, scribbled the order down, and hurried off. The words might as well have echoed across the room. A few seats away, a blonde woman slumped over her empty cups, irritation etched across her beautiful face. Tsunade had been losing all night again. She had sent her apprentice away hours ago, convinced Shizun was bad luck. Yet the losing streak hadn't broken. Debt clung to her like a shadow. Then she heard him. Plenty of money to spend. Her head snapped toward the voice. The man was tall, broad-shouldered, relaxed. The jagged scar on his face gave him a dangerous edge, while the calm in his blue eyes spoke of someone unafraid of the world. A wealthy young traveler, she decided. Possibly gullible. Her posture straightened slowly as she smoothed her top, subtly pushing forward her curves before sliding closer. "Well now," she said warmly, leaning on the bar, "that's quite the order." Naruto glanced sideways, studying her for a brief moment before smiling. "Well, a man gots to eat." She laughed softly. "Lucky night. You could say that. Mind if I sit? Be my guest." She took the stool beside him and crossed her legs deliberately. "Name's Tsunade. Naruto." "Just Naruto?" she teased. "Just Naruto." "Oh, so mysterious," she murmured. The waiter returned with steaming plates and the massive vase of sake, eyes shining at the generous order. Naruto poured 2 cups without hesitation. They drank. Then drank again. Conversation flowed easily, stories of travel, of bad luck, of men Tsunade swore were cursed. Naruto listened with amused interest, responding with dry humor that made her laugh louder than she meant to. They shared food, shoulders brushing, cups refilling faster than either noticed. Soon Naruto was singing horribly off-key to the music drifting through the room. Tsunade joined in, just as loud and just as terrible. Patrons groaned. Someone shouted. The owner stormed over. "Out! Both of you!" Naruto laughed so hard he nearly fell from his seat. They stumbled into the street with bottles in hand, still giggling. "Guess we're too fun for them," Naruto said. "Clearly," Tsunade snorted. She tilted her bottle. "You got a place?" "Rented a room nearby." "Nightcap." Naruto's grin widened. "Why not?" The room was small and simple, wood floors, a low bed, a single window overlooking the glowing street. They barely shut the door before laughter turned into closeness, bodies brushing, eyes lingering. Tsunade's fingers traced his chest. "Your trouble," she murmured. "You have no idea," Naruto muttered, face getting closer. They kissed, hard and heated hands exploring each other's bodies, clothes loosening, the world outside fading into nothing but warmth and breath. The rest was left to shadows and closed doors. Hours later, moonlight spilled across the room. Tsunade lay asleep beneath the covers, her bare skin faintly glistening with sweat, hair spread across the pillow. Naruto sat on the edge of the bed shirtless, scars mapping his body like a record of survival, claw marks, burns, jagged slashes that spoke of battles no one else would ever understand. The distant hum of the town drifted upward. His expression was calm, but his thoughts were far away. He wanted freedom, to live how he pleased, to eat what he wanted, to go wherever he wished without chains or judgment. No clan, no path, no system that decided worth by chakra. His fists slowly clenched. They rejected me, all of them, the Uzumaki, the villages, the shinobi world that worshipped power like a god. They had broken him for what he lacked, and now they couldn't touch him. He could slip through their strongest defenses, kill their elites, steal from their kage, and vanish before anyone could react. A low chuckle escaped him. "I'll bring you all to your knees," he whispered. The pinnacle of Ninshu, the world that decided who mattered. He would tear it down, no matter what it took. A savage smile curved across his scarred face as thunder rolled faintly in the distance. While the world slept, unaware the ghost they feared wasn't waiting to explode. He was finally living free. Chapter 3: Succession. The village held its breath the morning the Uzumaki called judgment. Not because Kanehagakure feared the spectacle. Konoha had seen war, funerals, and politics dressed up as ceremony, but because everyone understood what sat beneath it. The Uzumaki compound had been sealed tight for years, its gates closed like clenched teeth. No one entered without permission. No one left without being watched. The clan's grief and rot had remained behind those walls like a sickness quarantined from the rest of the village. Now the gates stood open, and with them came the uneasy realization that the sickness had never stayed contained. It had simply been waiting. A cold wind moved through the eastern quarter, carrying the scent of damp earth and weak blossoms. The gardens looked worse than usual. Cherry petals fell in thin, pale drifts, as if the trees had begun shedding beauty out of exhaustion rather than celebration. The koi pond was still, too still, water clear like glass over a bottom that looked strangely empty. Even the spiral seals embedded into the stone paths seemed to pulse more frequently, a faint throb of chakra like a heartbeat that couldn't decide if it wanted to continue. Above those grounds, the Uzumaki town hall loomed like a blade set upright into the soil red lacquered wood, roof edges sweeping upward, a ceremonial monument to pride. A banner bearing the spiral crest hung from the front eaves, newly unfurled, yet the fabric looked almost heavy with shame. Today was supposed to choose a leader. In truth, it was choosing whether the clan would stabilize or fracture into something irreparable. Word had spread through the village, despite Hiruzen's instinct for secrecy and the council's warnings. It spread the way everything spread in shinobi society. In rumors carried by vendors, in whispers between ANBU, in tight conversations after training sessions. A non-lethal battle for the seat of a clan head was unusual enough to draw curiosity. That it was the Uzumaki, Konoha's oldest ally, its most feared sealmasters, its most volatile bloodline made it irresistible. The thought that the Ninetales Jinchuriki was involved made it dangerous. People spoke softly as they walked, instinctively lowering their voices whenever they neared the eastern quarter, as if loud sound might irritate whatever slept behind those walls. By mid-morning, the compound was no longer quiet. A formal procession entered through the gates, the guards stationed there standing straighter than they had in years. Not because they respected the visitors' Uzumaki pride did not bend easily, but because the visitors represented something the clan still needed: legitimacy. Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived first, walking at a measured pace with his hat in hand, the Hokage's robes hanging from his shoulders like an old vow. He looked smaller than his title should allow, but his eyes were sharp, taking in every detail of the compound as if searching for hairline fractures in stone. Beside him walked the village elders Hamura and Koharu, faces stiff with the kind of restraint that passed for dignity. Behind them came Jiraiya, towering as always, his presence too large for the narrow paths, his expression grim. His gaze drifted constantly, not just watching the Uzumaki guards but watching the seals, watching the patterns etched into the walls, the ground, the very air, as if he expected them to shift. Then came the clan heads. Not all, but enough to show that Konoha considered this more than an internal matter. Hayashi Hyuga arrived with the quiet severity of a man who knew what a clan could do to its own blood when it decided duty mattered more than mercy. Shikaku Nara came with a calm that never quite reached his eyes, already calculating outcomes. Inoichi Yamanaka wore a neutral expression that fooled no one who understood minds. Choza Akimichi carried himself like a wall that could move when needed. Even the Aburame were there, silent as shadows, insects whispering beneath their coats like secrets. No one spoke loudly. No one laughed. Even the Uzumaki servants guiding them through the courtyard moved with careful formality, eyes down, hands folded. The guests were led along the main path toward the arena grounds, a training field that had been transformed into a ceremonial battleground for the day. The arena sat in a wide clearing behind the town hall, bordered by wooden stands and stone platforms carved with spirals and ancient script. The Uzumaki had built it long ago for rites of passage and public duels, events meant to prove strength, dominance, and the right to speak. The ground itself was a mosaic of ceiling arrays, concentric circles, spirals within spirals, ink-black lines that cut through stone like veins. To the untrained eye it looked like art. To anyone who understood Fuinjutsu, it was a cage. 3 phases the will had declared, a gauntlet of endurance, strategy, and domination. The first portion, a Fuinjutsu contest and counterseal control against control, minds fighting through ink and intent. The second portion, weapon combat under restriction seals where chakra would be choked and regulated, leaving steel, timing, and training to decide who deserved to stand. The final portion, an engagement where each candidate could use their full capabilities, everything they were, everything they had, yet killing was forbidden. Victory would come by incapacitation or surrender, no matter how violently the clan preferred to solve disputes. Non-lethal, Jiraiya muttered under his breath as they were seated along the highest platform reserved for village leadership. The words sounded like a joke that couldn't find the strength to become laughter. In a clan that considers weakness a defect. Hiruzen didn't respond immediately. His eyes tracked the arena, the seals, the armed Uzumaki guards stationed at every corner. There were too many, too heavily armed, too alert. This didn't feel like a tournament. It felt like a siege disguised as tradition. "It's not the participants I'm worried about," Hiruzen said softly. "It's the clan watching them." Jiraiya's gaze flicked to him. "You think they'll riot?" "I think," Hiruzen replied, "that a clan accustomed to cruelty does not accept limits easily, and a rule against killing is a limit." Jiraiya exhaled slowly. He understood what Hiruzen meant without needing it spelled out. The Uzumaki path was endurance, yes, but endurance in Whirlpool wasn't patience. It was the willingness to suffer, to inflict suffering, to treat pain as proof of worth. The clan had taken a lesson from extermination and turned it into a religion. Weakness invited annihilation, so weakness had to be burned out before it could spread. A contest with rules was almost unnatural to them. Below, the Uzumaki spectators began filling the stands, the clans segregated in subtle layers. The main family sat closest to the arena. The branch families were seated farther back, under partial shade as if their presence was tolerated rather than welcomed. Servants and lesser affiliates gathered along the edges, standing. Children sat beside parents, strangely quiet, eyes fixed on the arena as if this day might decide the shape of their entire lives. A drum sounded, a deep, slow beat that rolled through the clearing and made conversation die instantly. From the town hall entrance, the first candidate emerged. Mukai Uzumaki walked with the unhurried confidence of a man accustomed to being obeyed. He wore a ceremonial haori embroidered with spirals in dark crimson thread, his red hair tied into a neat bun without a single strand misplaced. His face was lined with age but not softened by it, and his purple eyes were sharp enough to cut. He carried no weapon in his hands yet, but anyone who knew Fuinjutsu understood he didn't need one. His weapon was knowledge, seals that could bind, erase, crush, and twist the rules of any battlefield into his favor. A murmur ran through the Uzumaki crowd as he stepped onto the stone. "He's the Grand Seal Master," Shikaku observed quietly, voice like a chess player naming a piece. He'll dominate phase 1. Unless someone counters him, Inoichi replied, though his eyes were already narrowing in thought. Which is rare. A second drumbeat echoed. Fuka Uzumaki appeared next, and the arena felt subtly different the moment she stepped into view, like a sword had just been unsheathed somewhere behind everyone's neck. She was dressed for combat rather than ceremony. Fitted shinobi garb beneath a dark haori, sleeves shortened for movement, her long red hair flowing behind her like a banner. A sword hung at her hip, simple in design, but the way her hand rested near the hilt made it clear she and the blade were not separate things. Her purple eyes swept over the crowd without flinching, then settled briefly on the village officials, as if acknowledging that their presence mattered only because it complicated the politics. She's a blade master, right? Choza said under his breath. She alone phase 2. And maybe more, Hayashi added quietly, gaze unreadable. He knew what it meant to train a body into a weapon. A third drumbeat sounded, heavier than the others. Menma Uzumaki stepped out like a proclamation. He wore red battle armor beneath an ornate black and crimson haori lined with gold, the spiral crest displayed proudly. His dark red hair was pulled back with a golden clip, neat and controlled, but the energy rolling off him was anything but. Even before he stepped into the arena, the air around him shimmered faintly, an ominous glow of red chakra that pulsed like an animal breathing. It wasn't a jutsu. It was leakage, power too abundant to be fully contained. The crowd reacted immediately. Some bowed their heads in reverence. Some leaned forward, eyes hungry. Some looked away as if afraid to meet what lived behind Menma's gaze. The Jinchuriki, Hamura whispered, voice tight. Menma smiled like he'd been born for worship. He stepped onto the arena stone and turned slowly, letting the clan see him. He looked toward the village officials and held their gaze without respect, as though daring anyone to remind him that even a Jinchuriki was still, technically, a Konoha asset. Jiraiya's jaw clenched. He's enjoying this. Of course he is, Hiruzen murmured. He believes this seat is his by destiny. A pause settled after Menma's arrival, an uncomfortable gap, as if the ceremony itself hesitated. There was supposed to be a fourth. Because the will, the old scroll written by a dead clan head, had not named a council of 3 for the gauntlet. It had named 4 candidates to be tested, for pillars meant to bear Whirlpool's future. The drum sounded again, and the air changed. Not with heat like Menma's chakra, not with sharp discipline like Fuka's, not with Mukai's calculated seal pressure. This was colder. Like the atmosphere before a storm when the world realizes something violent is inevitable. From the shadowed entrance, a man stepped forward slowly. Red hair fell across his face in soft curtains, obscuring part of his features. His clothing was muted, darker than tradition, simple enough to seem almost disrespectful for a day like this. Yet no one in the crowd dared comment. No one even murmured. Because when he lifted his head, the Rinnegan stared out at them, rings upon rings of pale violet that made the sunlight feel wrong. Nagato Uzumaki walked into the arena without arrogance, without theatricality, without needing anyone's approval. He moved like the world made room for him automatically. His presence wasn't loud, but it was absolute, the kind of aura that made people swallow and straighten without understanding why. Even Menma's red chakra seemed to hesitate, flickering subtly, as if the 9 tails inside him recognized something ancient and dangerous and chose caution. Jiraiya went still beside Hiruzen, the sight hitting him like a memory he didn't want. He's really doing this, he breathed, voice low. He's stepping into their game. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed, watching Nagato carefully. I don't think he didn't come for the seat, he said quietly. He came because he believes the seat matters for the future of the clan. And because if he doesn't, Jiraiya replied, someone worse will take it. He finished looking at Menma. Below, the 4 candidates stood on separate points of the seal mosaic, positioned like pieces on a ritual board. Mukai with his calm venom, Fuka with her restrained lethal focus, Menma glowing with arrogant power, Nagato silent, chilling, his eyes making the entire arena feel like it had been dragged closer to the grave. A final figure stepped forward, the aged will reader escorted by two Uzumaki guards holding ceremonial staves. He raised his trembling hands, and the crowd fell completely silent. By decree of the late clan head, the old man announced, voice carrying across the arena. The Uzumaki will choose their next leader through a gauntlet of endurance, strategy, and domination. 3 phases. No killing. Victory by incapacitation or surrender. His gaze swept across the 4 candidates. You will be tested, he said, and the words sounded less like ceremony and more like condemnation. Not only for your strength, but for your control. Not only for your power, but for what you will become when power is challenged. The crowd leaned in, breath held. The seals in the ground pulsed faintly, responding as if the arena itself was waking. The will reader lifted a small scroll, inked with the first challenge, and broke its seal. Phase 1, he declared. The Fuinjutsu contest will begin. The arena shifted the moment Phase 1 began. It was subtle at first, barely noticeable to anyone without Uzumaki blood or years of training in Fuinjutsu, but those who understood seals felt it immediately. The concentric spirals carved into the stone floor glowed faintly, thin lines of chakra lighting like veins beneath skin. Ancient arrays etched long before Konoha existed stirred awake, responding to the intent of battle. The Uzumaki had not built this place merely to watch fights. It was a crucible, a living seal formation designed to amplify technique, punish recklessness, and reveal who truly understood the art that had once made their clan feared across nations. The crowd leaned forward in near unison. This was the true Uzumaki heritage. Not raw chakra. Not brute force. Seals. The will reader stepped back, voice echoing through the charged air. Phase 1 will test mastery of Fuinjutsu alone. No weapons. No unrestricted chakra output. The arena will enforce balance. At his gesture, several elder seal masters slammed their staves into the stone. The ground flashed. A suppression array surged outward in a massive ripple, washing across the arena like a wave of pale light. The effect was immediate. Menma's blazing red aura faltered, shrinking violently before being forced down into his body. Fuka felt her chakra flow tighten, like water forced through a narrow pipe. Even Nagato's immense presence dulled slightly, not weakened, but constrained. Mukai alone did not change. His chakra signature remained smooth, controlled, perfectly measured, like ink flowing precisely along lines already drawn. This is their domain, Jiraiya muttered. The seals regulate power output, so no one can brute force their way through. Hiruzen nodded slowly. It forces technique over volume, experience over arrogance. Menma clicked his tongue in irritation as the Nine Tails chakra was throttled down inside him. Cowards can't stand up to my might without these petty rules. Mukai turned his head just enough to regard him. A faint, thin smile crossed the elder's lips. You will learn today, boy, Mukai said calmly. The arena rearranged itself. Stone plates slid apart with grinding echoes, rising and lowering into distinct platforms. 2 wide circles formed across from each other, each inscribed with complex counterseal matrices designed to prevent escape. The first pairing was already decided. The crowd erupted as the first pairing was announced. Mukai Uzumaki. A smattering of applause followed, a respectful and restrained clapping. Menma Uzumaki. The compound exploded. Women screamed his name. Children jumped to their feet. Lord Menma. Menma-sama. Our future clan head. Some waved banners bearing the spiral crest intertwined with the symbol of the Nine Tails. Menma stepped forward into the arena bathed in their praise, basking in it openly. His dark red hair shimmered beneath the sun, golden clasp gleaming like a crown. The faint glow of chakra leaking from his body pulsed brighter as the cheers fed his ego. He turned slowly, drinking it in. Then his eyes slid to Mukai. A cocky grin spread across his face. "You hear that, old man?" Menma said loudly, ensuring the crowd heard him. "This clan already knows who their leader is." The cheers grew louder. Mukai regarded him with cool indifference. "Noise has never been the same as strength." Menma scoffed. "Let's see how your tricks hold up." The elder seal masters raised their hands. "Begin!" The moment the word left their lips, Menma slammed his palm against the stone. Uzumaki Fuin, blazing spiral. A massive flaming seal erupted into existence midair, rotating symbols blazing like molten metal before launching forward in a spiraling inferno meant to incinerate and bind simultaneously. The crowd roared in approval. Elemental Fuinjutsu was rare to everyone but the Uzumaki. Dangerous. Powerful. Yet Mukai didn't move. He simply lifted 2 fingers and traced a line through the air. A translucent barrier formed instantly, layered seals overlapping in perfect symmetry. The fire spiral slammed into it and vanished like smoke swallowed by water. Not blocked. Erased. Menma's eyes widened briefly. Before he could react, the ground beneath his feet lit up. Uzumaki Fuin, binding matrix 8-fold snare. Chains of glowing script burst from the stone, wrapping around Menma's legs and torso. He tore free with brute strength, ripping seals apart as red chakra surged. Cheap tricks. He slammed both palms down again. Uzumaki Fuin, conduction seal. Electric symbols shot across the arena floor, racing toward Mukai like living serpents. But Mukai had already prepared. The elder stamped his foot. The arena responded. Stone golems tore themselves from the platform, humanoid constructs carved from ceiling script and earth, their bodies glowing with layered reinforcement arrays. They stepped directly into the lightning seals. The electricity dispersed harmlessly across their bodies. Menma stared. "You're summoning with seals alone? Did you forget, boy? This is the foundation of Whirlpool," Mukai replied calmly. "Long before chakra beasts, long before villages, long before ninjutsu." The golems charged. Menma leapt back, forming seals rapidly. Compressed air seals detonated outward, slicing through one golem's torso and exploding another's head into fragments. But the pieces reassembled midair. The constructs reformed, reinforced, relentless. Mukai raised his hand slowly. More seals ignited across the arena. The floor itself became a shifting maze of trap arrays. Pressure seals detonated near Menma's feet. Gravity wells tugged at his limbs. Binding marks flashed across the air. Menma fought violently, tearing free again and again, but for every seal he broke, 3 more replaced it. "This is ridiculous," he roared. Finally, in frustration, the Nine-Tails chakra surged. Red energy burst from his body. The crowd gasped. The suppression array strained. Menma's power skyrocketed as he forced more of the Kyuubi's chakra outward. "Now let's see your seals stop this." He rushed forward in a blur, tearing through 2 golems with monstrous strength. Mukai's eyes sharpened. "So you rely on borrowed power," he said quietly. His hands moved faster than anyone could follow. Symbols layered upon symbols. A massive seal array formed above Menma's head like a glowing halo. Temporary suppression. Tailed beast lock. The seal slammed downward. The red chakra vanished instantly. Menma froze mid-step. His power collapsed. "What?" he shouted, panic flashing in his eyes as he felt the Nine-Tails go silent. sealed behind layers of ancient Uzumaki script. Such arrogance, Mukai said calmly. Never forget that it is our clan that imprisoned that beast you rely on. Menma staggered. The golems struck. One slammed him from the side. Another pinned him to the ground. Binding seals wrapped his limbs tight. He struggled. Couldn't move. Couldn't draw chakra beyond the regulated flow. Humiliation burned across his face. I can still. Mukai stood several paces away, calm and composed, hands folded neatly within his sleeves. You fought with noise and borrowed strength, he said coolly. But Fuinjutsu is the art of authority. It does not shout. It commands. Menma's chest heaved. Sweat dripped down his face. The will reader raised his staff slowly. Inka Pak. Something snapped. This Menma's pride. A roar tore from his throat, raw and furious, echoing across the compound like the cry of a wounded beast refusing death. You think this is over? His eyes burned. The crowd leaned forward in shock. Menma forced his bound hands together, fingers twisting into a single hand sign, not a ninjutsu seal. He used his blood to make a seal array. The air trembled. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, Menma bellowed, voice cracking with rage and power. 9-mask beast. The arena exploded with light. A massive sealing array erupted beneath Menma's body, spirals layered upon spirals, glowing symbols rotating like celestial wheels. The suppression seals strained violently, cracking as raw chakra surged outward not as a flood, but as 9 distinct pulses. The chains shattered. The stone platform fractured. From the blazing array beneath him, 9 colossal forms began to rise. Gasps turned into screams. The first burst forth in a storm of wind and glowing azure script. Sarayu, the azure dragon, its long serpentine body twisting through the air like a living cyclone, scales shimmering with elemental seals that pulsed with speed and cutting force. Next came Suzaku, the vermilion bird, wings blazing with living flame, each feather etched with fire arrays that left burning trails in the sky. Genbu emerged with a thunderous crash, a massive tortoise with a serpent coiled around its shell, water seals cascading like waterfalls over its armored body. Byako leapt forward in a roar of white chakra, a massive tiger whose muscles rippled with brutal strength, claws glowing like forged steel. The central beast rose last, a golden dragon-like creature wreathed in dense chakra, its presence radiating overwhelming authority. Around them appeared 4 smaller masked figures, the divine priests' humanoid constructs bearing ritual markings, immediately erecting shimmering barriers of layered fuinjutsu around Menma. The arena shook. The crowd erupted. Our clan's true power. Children screamed his name. Women cried in awe. Even some elders stared in stunned reverence. Menma stood at the center of the storm, red chakra roaring back into existence around him like a wildfire finally unleashed. His grin was feral. Now, he said hoarsely, eyes locked on Mukai. Let's see your tricks, come on. For the first time, Mukai's calm fractured. Just slightly. But it was enough. He moved instantly, slamming both palms into the ground. Golem Legion, rise. The arena floor shattered as more massive seal-forged constructs erupted upward, towering stone warriors reinforced with layered protection arrays, dozens of them forming ranks around Mukai. He followed with rapid hand motions, launching massive elemental seals into the air. Earth collapse brand. The ground beneath the beasts attempted to fold inward. Lightning severance. Crackling seals tore through the sky. Flame suppression. Walls of burning script surged forward. The battlefield became chaos. Sarayu twisted through the air at blinding speed, wind blades tearing through golems like paper, its body weaving between attacks faster than seals could track. Suzaku unleashed torrents of fire that melted stone constructs into slag, flames enhanced by layered explosive tags embedded within each burst. Genbu absorbed massive impacts, its shell glowing as water seals dispersed destructive force before countering with crushing waves that smashed entire rows of golems apart. Byakko tore through stone bodies with savage strength, leaping, ripping, shattering constructs with every strike. The golden central beast unleashed beams of condensed chakra that obliterated seals mid-formation, ripping through Mukai's elemental arrays like they were nothing. The divine priests maintained shimmering barriers around Menma, deflecting stray blasts and reinforcing his position like living fortresses. Mukai fought brilliantly, seal after seal layered. Golems reformed. Counter-arrays activated. But the beasts were too many, too coordinated, too powerful. His constructs were ripped apart faster than he could replace them. The arena itself began to fracture under the assault. Stone cracked. Ceiling lines burned out. The ancient crucible struggled to contain the force unleashed within it. Mukai grit his teeth, summoning his largest construct, yet a colossal stone titan etched with thousands of reinforcement seals. Charged toward Menma. Byakko met it head-on. The impact sounded like a mountain collapsing. The tiger tore straight through the titan's chest, ripping its core seal apart. The construct crumbled. Mukai staggered back slightly, breath heavier now. "This power," he muttered. Menma laughed loudly, madness and triumph blending in his voice. "This is the future of Whirlpool." The golden beast surged forward. Sarayu and Suzaku flanked it. Genbu followed like an unstoppable fortress. Mukai raised every remaining seal he had. Barriers layered. Counterfields activated. It wasn't enough. The combined assault shattered through his defenses in a blinding explosion of chakra and light. The shockwave blasted Mukai across the arena. He slammed into the stone wall with bone-rattling force, collapsing to one knee, blood dripping from his mouth. The golems lay in ruins. The seals around him flickered weakly. Menma stepped forward slowly, the 9 masked beasts towering behind him like divine avatars of destruction. "You fought well," Menma said, voice dripping with satisfaction. "But even you bows to overwhelming power." The beasts began to dissolve one by one, reverting into 9 small masked fox kits made of pure chakra. They leapt back into Menma's body, merging seamlessly with his aura as his power surged even higher. The 9 tails roared faintly beneath the surface. Mukai attempted to rise. His body failed him. Incapacitated, the will reader declared in a shaken voice. For a heartbeat, silence. Then the compound erupted in thunderous celebration. Menma's name was screamed like a war chant. The clan wept in joy. Children waved banners. The Uzumaki worshipped their idol. Mukai lay defeated. Not hated now. Just irrelevant. Across the arena, Nagato watched in silence. His Rinnegan reflected Menma's blazing chakra, reflected the cheering clan, reflected the future they were carving. A future built not on control but on overwhelming force. And far beyond the compound walls, the real ghost of their clan walked free, a man with no chakra at all, unaware that the Uzumaki had just crowned the very thing that would one day tear them apart. The arena shifted again. Stone plates slid apart with deep, grinding echoes, rearranging into 2 opposing platforms etched with fresh ceiling matrices. The light beneath the floor dimmed, spirals reconfiguring themselves with deliberate precision, as though the crucible itself understood the weight of what came next. The will reader's voice carried, solemn and tight. "Fuka Uzumaki." A wave of applause followed, strong, respectful, confident. The swordswoman stepped forward with measured calm, one hand resting near her katana despite knowing she would not draw it yet. Her posture was perfect, spine straight, shoulders relaxed, eyes sharp. This was her domain, controlled violence, discipline forged into muscle memory. She did not look afraid. Nagato Uzumaki. The response was not applause. It was silence. A hush fell so sudden and complete it felt like sound itself had been sealed. No cheers, no shouts. Even the children went still. Eyes followed the red-haired man as he stepped into the arena. His movements unhurried, unremarkable until one met his gaze. The Rinnegan stared outward, pale violet rings cutting through the light like something unearthly. Nagato did not smile. He did not posture. He simply took his place, hands at his sides, as though the outcome had already been decided and this was merely procedure. Fuka studied him carefully, not with contempt, not with fear, with calculation. The signal was given. She moved instantly. Seals erupted into existence around her like a storm of petals, symbols flaring bright as they snapped into formation midair. Piercing array. Dozens of razor-sharp chakra constructs screamed toward Nagato from every direction, converging with lethal precision. Nagato did not dodge. He raised one hand. The constructs vanished. Not shattered. Not deflected. Gone. The crowd gasped in unison. Fuka's eyes narrowed. Absorption. She pivoted without hesitation, palms slamming together as she layered new seals into the space around him. Compression trap. The air itself folded inward, invisible pressure seals collapsing toward Nagato's position, intent on crushing him where he stood. They reached him and dissolved. Like mist pulled into a vacuum. Nagato lowered his hand slowly. Something felt wrong. Fuka's breath caught as her chakra flow stuttered. Not sealed, not blocked, but drained, as though something was drinking directly from the source. Every seal you cast, Nagato said calmly, his voice carrying effortlessly across the arena, feeds me. A murmur spread through the stands. Fuka's jaw tightened. She attacked again. Fire seals detonated in roaring arcs. Explosive tags chained together in devastating patterns. Binding arrays lashed outward, shock waves rippling through the stone beneath their feet. All of it vanished. Nagato did not step back. The arena itself seemed to dim, light bending subtly around him as if reality were being drawn inward. Fuka felt anger rise. Pure and sharp. She planted her feet and slammed both palms into the ground, pouring everything she had into a final formation. Detonation mandala. The seals ignited. The arena exploded. Stone shattered. Fire and pressure consumed the platforms. A thunderous shockwave tore through the compound, sending spectators staggering back as smoke and debris swallowed the battlefield whole. For a heartbeat, nothing could be seen. The crowd leaned forward, breath held. Then the smoke parted. Nagato stood exactly where he had been. Unmoved. And scathed. The Rinnegan glowed brighter now, rings burning with quiet menace. Fuka stared, disbelief cracking through her composure. No, that should have. She never finished. An invisible force slammed down onto her shoulders. Her knees buckled violently. She hit the stone with a gasp, struggling as immense pressure crushed her toward the ground. It wasn't a seal she could see. There were no symbols to counter, no script to disrupt. It was gravity itself bending to his will. She tried to rise. Her muscles screamed. The pressure increased. Stone cracked beneath her palms. Nagato walked toward her slowly, each step heavy with inevitability. You are strong, he said, voice level, almost gentle. But strength without understanding is wasted. He lifted his hand slightly. The force multiplied. Fuka screamed as she was driven flat. Her body slammed fully into the arena floor. The concrete fractured beneath her, spiderwebbing outward from the impact. She trembled. Still she refused. Her teeth clenched, eyes burning with fury as she tried to push herself up through sheer will. "I won't," she rasped. The will reader stepped forward sharply, fear finally breaking through his composure. "Incapacitated," he declared. The pressure vanished instantly. Fuka collapsed, gasping, unmoving. A long pause followed. No cheers. No boos. Just dread. Jiraiya exhaled slowly, unable to hide the tension in his voice. He absorbed everything. Hiruzen's eyes were dark, fixed on the red-haired figure in the arena. "The Rinnegan," he said quietly. "He's on another level entirely." Nagato turned and returned to his position without acknowledgement, without celebration. 2 battles. 2 landslides. Phase 1 belonged to Menma and Nagato. But in the eyes of the Uzumaki, there was never any real confusion about who stood taller. Nagato's power was undeniable, absolute, and terrifying, but it was distant, cold, a force that did not ask to be loved or understood. He represented something ancient and dangerous, something that stood apart from the clan rather than within it. The Rinnegan made him an anomaly, a reminder of power that answered to no tradition and no creed. Menma, however, was the path. He was overwhelming strength made flesh, the living proof of everything the clan had come to believe since their near annihilation. Power that did not hesitate. Power that burned through resistance rather than circled around it. Power that could not be ignored, denied, or politely reasoned with. Where Mukai had humiliated technique, Menma had annihilated it. Where Nagato inspired fear, Menma inspired worship. The crowd roared his name again and again, the sound rolling through the compound like a chant, like a prayer. Women pressed hands to their chests, eyes shining. Children shouted until their voices cracked, waving spiral banners with unthinking devotion. Even elders who had frowned at his recklessness found themselves nodding, reassured by the simple, brutal certainty he represented. This was the Uzumaki path as it existed now. Endure, grow strong, burn away weakness. Menma stood at the center of the arena, blood on his armor, red chakra simmering faintly around him like heat haze. He did not bow. He did not thank them. He only smiled wide, sharp, satisfied, and let their faith wash over him. Across the stone, Nagato watched in silence, Rinnegan reflecting the spectacle without sharing in it. He did not envy the cheers. He did not fear them either. If Menma was the fire the clan worshipped, then Nagato was the gravity beneath it, inevitable, unseen, and patient. The seals beneath the arena pulsed again, brighter now, responding to the frenzy above them. Phase 1 had ended, and it had revealed something far more important than winners or points. The Uzumaki were no longer choosing who could lead them. They were choosing what kind of power deserved to exist. The path had chosen fire. It had not yet reckoned with what fire eventually consumed. What followed Menma's victory was not relief, nor unity, but something far more dangerous, a certainty. The Uzumaki did not merely cheer. They affirmed. They shouted his name as if invoking a truth that had always existed and simply waited to be acknowledged. Menma Uzumaki stood at the center of the arena, red chakra still simmering faintly around him, and the clan looked upon him not as a candidate, but as a conclusion. Above the arena, on the raised platform reserved for village leadership, Hiruzen Sarutobi watched in silence. His expression was neutral, but the lines on his face deepened as the echoes of cheering rolled through the compound again and again. "This will not end cleanly," Jiraiya said beside him, voice low enough not to carry. He leaned against the railing, arms crossed, eyes never leaving Menma. Hiruzen nodded slowly. "Power without restraint," he murmured. "They mistake it for security." Jiraiya exhaled through his nose. "And anyone who doesn't fit into that idea becomes expendable." They both felt it, the way the crowd's energy shifted whenever Nagato's name was whispered, the way silence followed him like a shadow. Menma was worshipped because he was loud, because his power announced itself. Nagato was feared because his power did not ask to be seen. The two dominated their respective fields so completely that no one doubted their collision was coming. It was not a matter of if, but when. "Blades next," Jiraiya muttered, "and Mukai's out." Below them, healers moved swiftly around Mukai's fallen form. The Elder Seal Master was alive, but barely. His body bore the cost of holding back divine avatars with human flesh and inked symbols. When the Will Reader approached him, Mukai lifted a trembling hand. "I forfeit," he said quietly. The declaration rippled outward. Gasps, murmurs. The Will Reader nodded solemnly. "By forfeiture, Mukai Uzumaki withdraws from Phase 2. Eyes shifted immediately. Nagato. The Rinnegan bearer did not react. He neither smiled nor frowned. He simply inclined his head once, acknowledging the bye granted to him. Some in the crowd looked relieved. Others looked uneasy. Nagato's power was undeniable, but it was not entertaining. It did not flatter the clan's hunger. Menma scoffed loudly. "Figures," he said, rolling his shoulders as if loosening muscles already itching for violence. "Guess that leaves the swordswoman." Fuka Uzumaki stepped forward without ceremony. She had watched Mukai's defeat without expression, watched Menma bask in adoration without envy. Her focus had never wavered from the blade at her side. She moved now with quiet precision, fingers tightening briefly around the katana's hilt as she took her place on the arena stone. Phase 2 demanded restriction. As the Will Reader raised his staff again, a second suppression array activated, heavier than the first. Chakra flow tightened further, clamps locking into place along invisible channels. This was a battlefield where technique would not be carried by overwhelming energy. Steel would speak louder than chakra ever could. Menma grinned as the restriction settled over him. "Good," he said. "I wouldn't want anyone saying I needed help." Fuka did not respond. She drew her katana in one smooth motion, the blade singing softly as it cleared the sheath. Its edge caught the light, unadorned and lethal. Menma followed suit, unsheathing his twin blades with theatrical flair. They were shorter than a katana, broader, built for aggression rather than elegance. He spun them once, testing balance, then pointed one at her with a crooked smile. "Try not to embarrass yourself," he said. "The clan's watching." They were. Women leaned forward. Children clutched the railings. The Uzumaki wanted blood, symbolic or otherwise. The Will Reader's voice rang out. "Phase 2 begins. Weapon combat. Killing is forbidden." Menma laughed. "You hear that? You better not die." The signal was given. Fuka moved first, not with speed, but with intent. Her blade traced a clean arc through the air as she stepped forward, testing distance, her posture perfect. Menma lunged in response, both blades flashing in a brutal cross meant to overwhelm her guard immediately. Steel met steel. The sound rang sharp and bright. Fuka deflected, pivoted, her katana sliding along one blade while her footwork carried her just outside the other's reach. She countered with a precise thrust aimed at Menma's shoulder. He twisted, the tip grazing armor instead of flesh, and answered with a savage downward slash that forced her back. Their styles could not have been more different. Fuka fought like water, controlled, fluid, conserving motion, each strike part of a larger rhythm. Menma fought like fire, relentless, aggressive, every movement meant to crush resistance rather than flow around it. He pressed constantly, twin blades hammering her defenses in a storm of steel. Fuka gave ground when necessary, not retreating so much as repositioning. She redirected his blows, turning power against itself, her blade always where it needed to be. When she struck, it was surgical, cuts to the thigh, slashes along the ribs, shallow wounds meant to slow, not end. Menma snarled as blood seeped through his armor. "Is that all?" he barked, swinging harder. "You're supposed to be the best swordsman in Whirlpool." She did not answer. She waited. Menma overextended with a wide horizontal sweep. Fuka stepped inside his guard and struck. A clean, vertical slash that opened his abdomen just enough to draw a sharp gasp from him. She followed with a kick to his knee, forcing him down for half a second. The crowd gasped. Menma staggered back, breathing heavier now, red leaking from beneath his armor. For the first time, doubt flickered across faces. Jiraiya leaned forward slightly. "She's got him." Hiruzen said nothing, but his eyes narrowed. Fuka advanced again, blade poised, her expression unchanged. She struck faster now, rhythm accelerating, her katana a silver blur as she drove Menma back step by step. His swings grew wider, sloppier. One of her cuts slipped past his guard and carved across his forearm, forcing him to drop one blade momentarily. The arena held its breath. Menma snarled, teeth bared. His pride cracked and something ugly surged through the fracture. Red chakra strained violently against the restriction seals. The suppression array screamed. Menma roared as his physical strength spiked unnaturally, muscles bulging, movements accelerating beyond what his body alone should have managed. Though the chakra itself remained partially bound, its influence bled through enhancing, amplifying, distorting. Fuka snapped, eyes widening as she felt the shift. Menma charged. The impact of his next strike nearly tore her katana from her hands. The sheer force rattled her arms, numbing fingers, forcing her to retreat faster than she intended. Menma followed relentlessly, blades crashing down again and again, each blow heavier than the last. "This," he growled between strikes, "is what strength looks like." Fuka gritted her teeth, adjusting, compensating, but the margin was shrinking. She parried desperately, each impact sending shockwaves through her frame. One misstep, one fraction of a second too slow. Steel flashed. They moved at the same time. Menma spun, both blades sweeping outward in a brutal horizontal arc. Fuka stepped in and brought her katana down in a decisive vertical slash. The sounds overlapped. Metal screamed. They passed each other. For a moment, nothing happened. They stood back to back, frozen in the aftermath. The crowd was silent. Then Fuka's blade slid apart. The katana split cleanly down the middle and clattered to the stone in two useless halves. A thin X-shaped line appeared across her chest. She coughed. Blood spilled from her lips. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed unconscious onto the arena floor. The silence shattered into thunderous cheers. "Menma! Menma!" Menma turned slowly, a triumphant smile already forming. Then he coughed. Blood splattered onto the stone. A deep line burned across his midsection, the delayed result of Fuka's final strike. His twin blades cracked and snapped, falling uselessly from his hands. For a moment it looked like he might fall. He didn't. Menma straightened, shoulders squared, forcing himself upright through sheer will. He stood tall, refusing to collapse, even as blood soaked into his armor. The will reader stared, stunned. "Winner!" He said slowly, voice trembling beneath the roar of the crowd. Menma Uzumaki. The compound exploded in celebration. Menma raised his head, blood dripping from his chin, eyes blazing with triumph and fury and unshakable pride. He had won. And as the Uzumaki screamed his name, as Nagato watched silently from across the arena, one truth became unavoidable. This was no longer a ritual. It was the beginning of a war within the clan itself. Land of hot water. The land of hot water carried its reputation of comfort openly. Steam rose from hidden springs between pine and bamboo, drifting like ghosts through narrow valleys. Travelers spoke of inns where fatigue melted out of the bones, of baths that soothed scar tissue and old injuries, of villages that survived by selling warmth in a world built on cold calculation. But warmth was never the same as safety, and hot water's remoteness only meant its troubles arrived later. Not that they didn't arrive at all. When nations warred, when mercenary bands scattered, when shinobi politics turned predatory, the little places were where the debris landed. Bamboo Village was one of those places. It sat tucked in a shallow basin where a forest of bamboo grew so thick it looked like a green ocean frozen mid-wave. The stalks towered like pillars, swaying and clacking together in the wind, their leaves whispering with constant motion. Most of the village's buildings were made from bamboo, walls woven from split slats, roofs layered in tight patterns to repel rain, walkways lashed with rope and sealed with sap. Even the goods sold at the market stalls, bowls, baskets, chairs, cups, carried the same pale green-gold sheen. The whole place smelled of cut wood, steam, and damp earth. Bamboo Village had been spared for years not because it was strong, but because it was irrelevant. Remote. Small. Too far from the major trade arteries to be worth conquering. That didn't mean it was untouched. It only meant it was used. In the past, the villagers had received aid from a band of shinobi and mercenaries known as the Lightning Group, fighters who didn't belong to a village, but who knew how to sell their swords. They had brought money and protection. They had intimidated bandits. They had made Bamboo Village feel, for a short time, like it could stand up straighter. Then the Lightning Group came into conflict with Kirigakure. And like every group that made the mistake of stepping into the mist politics without being missed, it got gutted. The surviving members stumbled into Bamboo Village bleeding and desperate, seeking refuge in the only place that had ever treated them like something more than disposable muscle. The villagers, terrified of Kiri's reprisal, refused them. Doors closed, gates barred. The same hands that had once accepted protection turned away those who needed it. Years later, that betrayal birthed another predator. The Dark Thunder Group, men who wore Lightning Group insignia like mockery, who claimed vengeance as purpose, who turned Bamboo Village into a lesson in fear. The village had been saved once by a wandering Konoha team by Sasuke Uchiha's blade, by the kind of intervention that looked heroic in stories and accidental in reality. But salvation was not a permanent thing. It was just a pause. That day, Bamboo Village glowed with paper lanterns, soft light spilling onto wet bamboo streets. The steam from hot springs drifted between buildings in lazy sheets, masking faces and muting sound. The village's main road curved gently toward its largest gathering place. A bar that doubled as an inn, the kind of establishment that fed travelers and let locals pretend their lives were simple. Inside, the air was thick with smoke, laughter, and alcohol. Bamboo tables were scarred by knives and years. Cups clinked. Dice rattled. A few men sang too loudly in the corner, already deep into drink. The bartender, a thin old man with tired eyes, moved behind the counter as if trying not to draw attention. At the far end of the bar sat a man who made attention inevitable. He was tall and heavily built, his shoulders wide enough to make the bamboo stool beneath him look fragile. His skin had a pale, grayish cast under the lantern light, and his short, spiky black hair looked permanently uncombed. Dark eyes stared into his cup with a dead kind of focus, as if he was trying to drown something he couldn't name. A broad, brutal cleaver-like sword rested beside him, leaning against the bar with casual menace. Kubikirabocho. The executioner's blade. There were people in the room who recognized it. They didn't look too long. They didn't whisper his name. Recognition in the shinobi world was dangerous. It invited questions, and questions invited consequences. Zabuza Momochi drank anyway, like the room belonged to him, like he had earned the right to be hated. For years had been enough time for legends to decay into rumor, for blood to dry, for shame to rot inside a man until it became a second skeleton. He'd once had everything in motion. Followers, money, ambition, an entire village's fear as leverage. He'd clawed his way out of Kiri's academy system by turning it into slaughter, killing over 100 students in a graduation exam that didn't pretend to be anything but a filter for cruelty. He'd become a weapon, then an ANBU, then one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Under the bloody mist, he'd tried to change things in the only way men like him knew how, through violence. A coup. A blade at the Mizuki's throat. He'd been betrayed. He'd fled with a stolen sword and a stolen future. He'd found Haku, an impossible child with a bloodline that turned ice into a mirror of murder, and trained him into a weapon because that was the only language Zabuza could speak to something as gentle as loyalty. Then Kakashi Hatake had killed Haku, forced him to retreat, forced him to live. And living without a purpose was a slow, humiliating kind of death. Zabuza slammed his cup on the counter. "Bartender," he growled, voice thick with drink. "Another shot." The old man flinched. "You've had enough, sir." Zabuza's hand drifted toward the cleaver. The bartender's throat bobbed as he swallowed. Zabuza lifted the sword slightly, letting the room see the weight of it. "I said give me more." The old man nodded fast, hands shaking. Instead of pouring a single glass, he brought the whole bottle and set it down like an offering. Zabuza snorted, satisfied, and began drinking straight from it. The bartender stepped back, trembling, eyes flicking constantly toward the blade as if expecting it to move on its own. Zabuza noticed the fear and scoffed. Cowardice disgusted him, but he'd spent his whole life surrounded by it anyway. He drank more, watching his own warped reflection in the scattered puddles of spilled liquor and the shine of bamboo lacquer. He lowered his head, drank again, then lifted it, and someone was sitting beside him. Zabuza's brow twitched. His body tightened instinctively, the way a predator reacts when another predator enters its territory. He hadn't heard footsteps. He hadn't felt movement. Even a civilian carried some trace of chakra, however faint, and that trace usually registered in the background of a shinobi's awareness the way sound registered to an ear. But this man, there was nothing. A blank space where a living presence should have been. Impossible. Zabuza's eyes narrowed, hard. The newcomer looked casually dangerous in a way that felt wrong. Blonde hair hung a little longer than most shinobi wore it, shadowing his eyes. A jagged scar carved across the left side of his mouth, splitting the line of his face like a permanent sneer. He wore a black compression shirt and loose white pants, simple sandals, nothing that screamed rank or allegiance. Beside him leaned a spear, its blade strange, its presence even stranger, as if it rejected the very concept of chakra. Zabuza's gaze dropped to it, then back to the blonde. The old man behind the counter stiffened, terrified. The blonde didn't look at him like prey. He looked at him like furniture. "Yo," the blonde said, voice easy, almost friendly. "Whiskey on the rocks." The bartender blinked. Whiskey, yes." He poured with shaking hands. The blonde took the glass, drank slowly, then hummed in approval. "That's good. Where's it from?" "The West," the bartender stammered. The blonde chuckled and tossed a few bills of Rio onto the counter like the money meant nothing. "Keep the change." Hearing the clink of coin and the casual way he said keep it drew attention like blood in water. A few heads turned. A few gamblers glanced over, interest sharpening. The blonde's eyes met Zabuza's. He smiled. "What's up?" he said like they were strangers in a normal bar. "I'm Naruto." Zabuza didn't answer. He stared, then looked away, deciding the boy wasn't worth his breath. Naruto's eyes drifted down to the massive cleaver beside Zabuza. His expression brightened with almost childlike curiosity. Well, he leaned slightly, studying the blade like an art collector inspecting a prized piece. "If it isn't Zabuza Momochi himself." Zabuza's fingers tightened around the bottle. "Back off," he said, voice low, irritated. "If you value your life." Naruto chuckled as if threatened with a joke. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded paper, then slid it across the counter between them. "A wanted poster." Zabuza's own face stared up in ink. "Dead or alive?" "A bounty large enough to motivate desperate men and greedy ones alike." Naruto tapped the paper with one finger, specifically on the word dead. Then he looked up, still smiling. "Hey," Naruto said, tone almost apologetic. "I don't normally do this, but can I get your autograph? I've been tracking you for a long time." He pushed the paper closer. "Sign right there." His voice didn't change, but the air did. Zabuza felt it, sober clarity slicing through drunken haze. This wasn't a fan. This was a hunter. The bar exploded. The counter shattered as Zabuza's sword tore through bamboo and lantern light in one violent motion, the wall behind them bursting outward. Water from a steam basin poured in as the structure ruptured, spraying tables and screaming patrons. People scattered in panic, bodies slamming into each other, chairs toppling. Naruto's glass shattered on the floor. Two black blurs shot outside. They hit the street, then the bamboo forest beyond the village like arrows released from the same bow. Naruto landed lightly on wet earth, smiling when he didn't immediately see his target. "Smart," he murmured, tone approving rather than annoyed. Mist began to gather. Not natural fog, this was deliberate, thickening rapidly, swallowing the bamboo trunks until the world became narrow and close and cold. The air dampened, sound muffled. To most shinobi, it would have been disorienting. A place where the blade came from nowhere, where death arrived before warning. Naruto inhaled once. He didn't flinch. Catacomb darkness had been worse. Monsters had been worse. This mist was theater. Nothing but child's play. The wind shifted above him. Something cut through the air fast, heavy. Naruto rolled right as the executioner's blade slammed into the ground where his shoulder would have been. The impact gouged earth and bamboo roots, the blade sinking deep. Zabuza landed on the handle, balanced like a crow on a post, staring down at Naruto. Naruto straightened calmly, hands loose, eyes half-lidded. "Attacking in the mist," he said without raising his voice. "Kiri's favorite trick." He tilted his head slightly. "But your movements are loud, Zabuza. To me they're obvious." Zabuza's irritation flashed. He jumped down, reaching for the blade. The second his hand touched the handle, Naruto drove his spear through the weapon's opening near the hilt with vicious precision, pinning it in place. The move halted Zabuza just long enough for Naruto to pivot into it. One hand on the ground, body folding upside down, legs whipping up in a scorpion kick aimed at Zabuza's shoulder. Zabuza blocked with his wrist. The kick landed. The force was obscene. Zabuza's teeth clenched, pain shooting up his arm. "What the?" Naruto hung there for half a heartbeat, inverted, eyes calm even while his lungs sucked air. Zabuza realized the problem. The spear pinned his blade. Naruto used the blade itself as an anchor. He couldn't pull free without giving Naruto an opening. Naruto flicked his wrist. Two kunai with explosive tags flew toward Zabuza. Zabuza's instincts screamed. He let the sword go and vanished into water, his body bursting into a puddle before the explosion could swallow him. In the same moment, Zabuza reappeared behind Naruto, sweeping his foot low to take his legs out. Naruto flipped away, palms touching earth briefly as he used the ground like a spring. He landed a few feet away, posture relaxed, as if they were sparring in a dojo instead of hunting each other in a misty forest. Naruto mused. Good recovery. You didn't give me time to reclaim your sword. Zabuza lifted his cleaver again, shoulders set, stance hard. Brat, he growled, voice low and dangerous. You're too young to lecture me. I've killed hundreds, seen more battles than you've had meals. Naruto laughed softly. True, you're the demon of Kiri. His eyes sharpened with faint amusement. But demons don't usually run like you did. Zabuza's gaze narrowed. How do you? You didn't hear? Naruto shrugged. Rebels won. The world kept moving. Yagura's not the center of it anymore. Zabuza's mouth curved into something between a smile and a grimace. So he's dead, he said, almost relieved. That makes things simpler. Maybe, Naruto replied. His tone shifted slightly. Curiosity threaded through the emptiness. What I don't get is this. A man who butchered his classmates, who rode Kiri's system like it was made for him, suddenly decided it was wrong. Naruto's head tilted. How twisted does a village have to be for you to look at it and say, that's too much? Zabuza's eyes hardened. I don't owe you an explanation. Naruto's smile faded not into anger, but into mild disappointment, like a man denied an interesting story. So you want to die fast, he said, voice almost gentle. No conversation, no perspective, just straight to the end. Don't act like you've earned the right to talk about killing me, Zabuza spat. When you've probably killed as many people as I have, then you can speak. Naruto's expression sharpened. You're really stupid, he said flatly. Zabuza braced as a wave of killing intent rolled out from Naruto, pure, concentrated malice, so heavy the birds above exploded into flight. The mist trembled. Even Zabuza, hardened by years of slaughter, felt his spine tighten. He braced himself as Naruto released a powerful wave of killing intent. He remained rooted, now more than ever knowing that the blonde wasn't just an arrogant brat. He smiled nevertheless. So let me guess, you're some type of hero who wants justice, huh? Killing the big bad bully. You're proud of your morality, but to me it is all just nonsense. Naruto laughed loud, sudden, almost delighted. Justice? He said, as if the word was hilarious. You think I'm here to be a hero? He stepped forward, spear lowering. I don't care about the weak. I don't care about your village. I don't care about your tragic ambitions. His eyes gleamed with something predatory. I'm killing you because I ran out of money to gamble with. Zabuza blinked, thrown off balance by the sheer honesty. Naruto kept walking. But I'll admit this to you, I have no respect for your moniker. I don't respect Ninshu. I don't respect chakra users who hide behind their techniques like it makes them untouchable. He tapped the spear lightly. I'm going to crush you, and anyone who thinks their power makes them God. Zabuza's lips twitched. So you hate chakra users? He said, voice low. Don't tell me you really got none, and here I thought you was using a technique to repress your presence. Naruto's smile returned, smaller and colder. Who knows? Then he vanished. Zabuza barely got his sword up before Naruto's spear slammed down with a thunderous swing. The impact rattled Zabuza's arms, nearly driving him to his knee. The spear wasn't just heavy, it carried force that made no sense without chakra reinforcement. Zabuza's eyes narrowed, alarm flickering behind his brutality. Naruto's left hand flashed, a kunai aimed at the ribs. Zabuza leapt back, the kunai slicing his shirt but not flesh, and Naruto didn't chase immediately. He waited a fraction, reading the distance, then surged forward again. Spear strike, kunai feint, chain movement like a serpent. Zabuza blocked, countered, blocked again, steel screaming, sparks spitting into the mist. It wasn't just speed. It was timing. Naruto moved like a man who expected the world to break before he did. Zabuza tried to create space. Suetun, Mizu Bun Shin, he muttered, and water clones erupted around them, flooding the bamboo clearing with motion. Water bullets fired from every angle. Naruto smiled like an animal. He dashed between them in a blur, weaving through the barrage with impossible precision. Water bullets cut air where he'd been. His spear and kunai flashed, and clones fell apart into puddles as fast as they formed. Zabuza's heart thudded. He reappeared behind Naruto, hands flying. Water release, water dragon. A huge water dragon roared to life, surging forward with crushing speed. It should have swallowed Naruto whole. Naruto ran into its mouth laughing. Inside the roaring torrent, he grabbed the inverted spear of heaven by its hilt and drove the blade through the jutsu's core. The spear's presence ate the chakra structure like a hole in reality. The dragon split from head to tail, collapsing into a rainstorm. Zabuza stared, stunned. Naruto stepped out of the falling water, shaking his head like disappointed amusement. "Your techniques are useless," he said casually. Then he disappeared and reappeared with a kick to Zabuza's chin that sent him airborne. Naruto flashed above him, seized his throat, and slammed him down with such force the earth buckled. Zabuza hit headfirst, shock ringing through his skull. Naruto didn't give him time to recover. He yanked him from the crater and hurled him into the trees. Zabuza flipped midair, landing before he could smash into bamboo. He raised his cleaver, breathing heavy. Naruto stood across from him, unmoved, cold, and somehow bored. Zabuza realized, with a clarity that sobered him faster than any pain, that he might die here. Naruto's eyes held none of the hatred most bounty hunters carried. No righteous rage, no desperate hunger. It was worse than hatred. It was indifference. "For a demon," Naruto said, voice almost mild, "you're underwhelming." He tossed the executioner's blade back toward Zabuza as if returning a borrowed tool. The gesture wasn't respect. It was contempt, the casual message that Zabuza wasn't worth being disarmed. Zabuza caught it, muscles tense. Naruto's smile widened, and he moved. Zabuza swung in a brutal horizontal slash aimed for Naruto's waist. Naruto stepped through the line of steel like the world's physics didn't apply to him. The inverted spear of heaven flashed once, then twice, too fast for the eye to follow cleanly. Yet each motion felt heavy, final. They passed each other and ended back to back. Zabuza's breath hitched. A wet sound followed. Pain ignited in his shoulder so violently it almost blinded him. Blood poured, warm and immediate, down his arm. He looked down in horror, expecting to see his shoulder separated, his arm falling away. For an instant, his mind tried to reject what his body screamed. He twitched his fingers. They moved. His shoulder still attached. His eyes darted to Naruto. No chakra. No genjutsu. So why did it feel like he'd already been cut apart? Then the delayed reality landed fully. The second strike hit. Zabuza's waist tore open, not as a clean sever but as a brutal split, and his legs collapsed out from under him. His body hit the earth with a heavy thud, blood soaking into the roots of bamboo like an offering. He screamed, ragged, furious, disbelieving. Naruto did not flinch. He watched the blood with the same expression he might have worn watching rain. This was a scene he had lived through too many times, both as victim and as weapon. He closed his eyes briefly, then knelt beside Zabuza with calm deliberation, as if inspecting a job well done. "Neat skill," Naruto said, voice quiet, almost conversational. Zabuza's face twisted with pain and rage. Why you want me to admire your shitty tricks while I'm like this? His voice came out hoarse, broken by blood and breath. Naruto's expression didn't change. Have no fear of death, he said evenly. You've killed people. Today it's your turn. He leaned closer slightly, eyes half-lidded, tone almost thoughtful. Who knows? Tomorrow it may be mine. Chapter 4 Out of Luck. The arena had been repaired in haste, but the cracks never truly vanished. You could cover splintered stone with fresh plates, redraw the spirals with new ink, and pretend the crucible had not been forced beyond its intended limits, but the Uzumaki compound remembered. The seals underfoot pulsed more often now, like a heart beating too fast. The air held that strange blend of incense and iron, the perfume of ceremony trying to smother the scent of blood. Phase 1 had crowned the art of fuinjutsu. Phase 2 had crowned art of swordsmanship. Now the final round waited like a knife held at the throat of the clan. The villagers and clan members had packed the viewing stands until the bamboo railings creaked under the weight of bodies. Children stood on toes. Women pressed forward, faces flushed, eyes shining. Elders sat stiff-backed in ceremonial robes, their expressions carved into something between reverence and hunger. Even Konoha officials, clan heads, council members, and shinobi of rank had been pulled into the gravity of it, forced to witness the Uzumaki decide their future with violence dressed as tradition. Menma Uzumaki stood at one end of the arena like a bonfire given human form. Bandages wrapped his torso beneath his armor, but they did nothing to hide the way his chakra leaked red and volatile, a living heat haze. His twin blades had snapped in phase 2, but new ones hung at his hips now, their edges sharper, their handles wrapped in spiral-patterned cloth. He rolled his shoulders, grimacing once as the wound across his midsection tugged, then smiled wide anyway, basking in the cheers as if pain were only proof he was real. The crowd roared his name. Menma! 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 He lifted one hand and the stands erupted louder, the sound swelling into something like worship. The Uzumaki path was painted on their faces. The belief that strength solved everything, that power was the only mercy the world respected. Menma did not just embody that belief, he validated it. He made it feel righteous. Across the arena, Nagato Uzumaki stood utterly still. No flare of chakra, no theatrical presence, only an oppressive calm that made the air feel colder despite the sun. His red hair fell forward, partly veiling his face, but the Rinnegan remained visible when he raised his gaze. Rings upon rings of pale violet that seemed less like eyes and more like windows into something ancient and indifferent. The crowd's noise faltered whenever attention drifted to him. It wasn't that they didn't recognize his power. They did. They had watched him render Fuka helpless like gravity itself had turned against her bones. They had watched seals vanish into him, elemental arrays swallowed like they were smoke. They didn't cheer because they didn't know how to love something they couldn't control. Nagato didn't look at the crowd at all. His gaze stayed on Menma. Menma grinned back, teeth white, posture loose, as if he were about to entertain rather than fight. "You're awfully quiet," he called, voice carrying arrogance. "Nervous." Nagato's expression didn't change. No. That single word landed heavier than any insult. The will reader stepped forward to the center platform, staff striking stone once. The arena suppression arrays flickered, reconfiguring into the final phase formation, still active enough to prevent outright slaughter, but loosened compared to phase 2. Full capabilities were permitted now. The clan demanded it. They had come to watch monsters. "The final engagement is upon us," the will reader announced, voice taut. "Candidates may use full capabilities. Killing is forbidden. Victory will be determined by incapacitation or surrender." The crowd roared. Menma rolled his neck, then looked up toward the officials' platform, towards Hiruzen Sarutobi and Jiraiya. His eyes sharpened, playful arrogance turning into something more pointed. "Watch closely," he said, like the Hokage himself were just another spectator. "This is what true leadership looks like." Hiruzen's face remained neutral, but his hands rested heavier on the railing. Beside him, Jiraiya felt the familiar itch of wrongness crawl up his spine. He knew the Uzumaki weren't just choosing a clan head. They were testing how far they could push before the village itself had to intervene. If Menma won, Konoha would inherit a clan led by a Jinchuriki who had just proven he could strain suppression seals through sheer will. If Nagato won, they would inherit something else. An uncontrollable force wrapped in quiet uncertainty, power that didn't seek validation and therefore couldn't be negotiated with. Either way, the political fallout would echo far beyond the compound walls. The will reader lifted his staff to give the start. Before he could strike it down, a faint ripple of chakra brushed Jiraiya's shoulder. A tiny toad appeared in a puff of smoke no larger than a teacup, perched neatly on the railing like it belonged there. Its eyes were alert, mouth set with urgency. This wasn't one of the larger messenger toads that arrived with ceremony. This was one of Jiraiya's spy toads, small enough to slip through borders unnoticed, trained to find whispers and follow ghosts. It leaned toward him, croaked once, then spoke in a voice too small for the crowd but clear enough for Jiraiya. "Sighting," it said. "Land of hot water. Bamboo village." A blond boy with no chakra took out an A-rank ninja. Jiraiya's breath caught. For a second, the sound of cheers of the crowd vanished from his ears, replaced by a memory. An infant baby crying in Kushina's hands. Then an older boy at the morgue, staring at her corpse without tears. Lastly remembers the same young man with whisker marks and eyes too dark staring at him coldly and denying him when he offered to help him. He remembered the boy had a darkness no man should have. "Naruto," he muttered. Jiraiya's jaw tightened so hard it hurt. He turned his head slightly toward Hiruzen, keeping his expression controlled even as his pulse spiked. Hiruzen's gaze flicked to him, sharp with years of reading faces. Jiraiya leaned in just enough to be heard. "One of my spy toads, sighting in the land of hot water." Someone matching Naruto's description, scarred and blonde. The Hokage's eyes narrowed. The arena below shook with anticipation. Menma and Nagato still faced each other, frozen in their stare-off. The will reader hesitated only because the political figures above had shifted. Hiruzen's face did not soften, but something grim settled into place behind his eyes. He had always known this moment would come. The choice between managing the present crisis and chasing the one that could redefine the future. He nodded once. "Go," he said quietly. Jiraiya didn't hesitate. "Keep an eye on Nagato," he murmured. "If Menma pushes too far." "I know," Hiruzen replied, voice flat. "Find the boy." Jiraiya's fingers formed a quick seal. A swirl of smoke rose around him, and in the next heartbeat he was gone, slipping out of the compound like a shadow, chasing a ghost before it vanished again. Hiruzen watched him disappear, then returned his gaze to the arena. The will reader raised his staff again. "Begin." Menma moved like an explosion. He didn't ease into the fight. He didn't test. He didn't measure. The second the signal landed, red chakra surged outward in a violent bloom, twisting around him like a storm desperate to escape a bottle. His feet cracked the stone as he launched forward, twin blades flashing in an X-shaped cut meant to end the fight instantly. Nagato didn't dodge. He stepped half an inch to the side. The blades passed through empty air, close enough to slice strands of Nagato's hair, but not close enough to touch skin. Menma's eyes widened, irritation flaring, and he pivoted into another slash, then another, then a third, each strike fast, heavy, brutal. Nagato's Rinnegan tracked everything. He moved with minimal motion, never wasting a step. His body shifted like a pendulum, always just beyond the killing line. Menma's strikes grew faster, sharper, the air hissing with steel. The crowd screamed louder, enthralled by the ferocity. "Push him," Overwhelm him. Come on, Menma. Menma snarled and threw distance between them, palms slamming together as seals erupted into the air. He realized a head-to-head, one-on-one bout would be fruitless. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu. 9 masks Vaha. The arena lit up. The massive array flared beneath Menma, spirals rotating like celestial gears. 9 masked forms began to rise again, divine beasts and priests emerging from the ceiling matrix, their chakra signatures roaring outward in coordinated fury. The crowd lost its mind. The Shinju rose first, Sarayu twisting through wind, Suzaku igniting the air, Genbu rumbling with water-heavy defense, Byako prowling with lethal muscle, and the central golden beast radiating oppressive authority. Then the 4 divine priests followed, erecting barriers and support arrays, their masks blank and holy. Menma spread his arms slightly, as if presenting them. "This is what the whirlpool was meant to be," he said, voice loud, proud. "A force that the great nations feared. The power to subjugate anything that stood in its way." The beast surged toward Nagato in coordinated assault. Nagato lifted one hand. The first wave of chakra-based attacks crashed towards him, wind blades, firestorms, water-crushing pressure. It all reached him and vanished. Absorbed. The Rinnegan negated them in without strain. Menma's grin faltered for a fraction. He compensated instantly, directing the beasts not to throw techniques but to attack physically. Byako leapt, claws poised to tear. Genbu's massive shell barreled in. The golden beast lunged, jaws wide. Nagato didn't retreat. An invisible pulse of force erupted outward as a barrier, gravity bending, repelling, and the beasts were thrown back as if slammed by an unseen wall. They crashed into each other, skidding across stone. Menma cursed, red chakra flaring brighter. The priests reinforced the formation, barriers snapping into place to stabilize the beasts. Seeing the almost pathetic display, instead of berating the boy before him, Nagato's voice remained calm, almost bored. "You treat Ninshu like a performance. You clearly have no respect for the art. Why abuse something you have no knowledge of?" Menma's eyes narrowed. "Don't speak as if you already won." He launched himself forward again, attempting to combine his beast's pressure with direct blade work. This time he didn't swing wildly. He attacked with intent feints, sudden acceleration, twin blades aimed for throat and ribs and tendon. Nagato's Rinnegan followed every twitch. But like last time, Menma quickly realized the truth: physical attacks do not work. It wasn't because Menma lacked skill, but because Nagato's eyes dismantled the idea of surprise. Menma's chakra flared before every burst of speed, his muscles telegraphed intent before every cut, and Nagato read it all with inhuman clarity. Menma found himself constantly a fraction late, constantly missing by a hair. He tried to brute force the gap. More speed, more power, more Kyubi chakra. But Nagato remained just beyond him. Menma's frustration turned into rage, and rage made him sloppy. Nagato punished sloppiness with simple physics. The red head charged at him, but a sudden gravity shift yanked Menma's footing sideways, forcing him to stumble. Another invisible pull dragged one of his blades downward mid-swing, ruining his angle. Menma snarled, twisting out of it, but the control was undeniable. Every moment Menma fought, Nagato learned his attack patterns more completely, and every moment Nagato responded. Menma felt smaller. The crowd still screamed Menma's name, but their screams began to sound desperate. Less celebration, more pleading. They needed him to win because he represented what they understood. Nagato's dominance felt like a condemnation. Menma backed up, panting, blood leaking from old wounds reopened by strain. He pointed one blade toward Nagato like an accusation. "You're nothing without those eyes," he spat. "Nothing but a freak." Nagato's gaze didn't waver. "And you're nothing without this crowd. A clown used for their entertainment." Menma's face twisted in rage. and he unleashed a wave of chakra so violent the arenas itself trembled. The 9 masked beasts surged again, swarming Nagato with coordinated assault. Barriers layered, attacks alternating between spaces, physical strikes coupled with bursts of elemental jutsu. Nagato absorbed the elemental attacks and repelled the physical force. Menma saw his chance in the moment the golden beast's bulk obscured Nagato's line of sight. He darted in behind it, twin blades crossing for a lethal strike meant to behead him and end everything. Who cares about the rule? He believed there's no one to test his might when Nagato is out the picture. Nagato's head turned slightly before Menma even reached him. The Rinnegan met Menma's eyes. His eyes glowed a cold purple. Menma felt his body seize, not frozen like paralysis, but gripped by an invisible hand that decided his momentum belonged elsewhere. Gravity inverted for a heartbeat. Menma's feet lifted. His body slammed sideways into the ground hard enough to crack stone. The crowd gasped. Menma rolled, furious, forcing himself up with a roar, only to be dragged again, this time upward, pinned midair as if nailed to an invisible cross. His muscles trembled, his chakra flared. Nagato stepped closer, calm as winter. "Let me ask you something. Why do you want to be clan head?" he asked. Menma blinked, caught off guard by the question more than the technique. What? Nagato's voice remained even. "Answer me." Menma snarled, struggling against the pressure. "Because it's my birthright. This is my destiny. Because I'm the strongest. Because the clan needs." "Needs what?" Nagato interrupted. His eyes glowed faintly. "More unnecessary violence?" Menma's jaw clenched. "They need someone who can protect them. Someone who can make the world fear us again. That strength is what keeps us alive. No one will dare try to test our might again. Nobody will ever dare to think to exterminate us." Nagato's head tilted slightly. Violence and fear is not protection. All it leads to is more hatred, continuing a vicious cycle. Menma's eyes flashed. "Spare me your philosophy. Even with your almighty eyes that see everything, you have never cared what the war have done to us. You've never carried their expectations at birth. You don't understand the path." "The path?" Nagato repeated softly, like tasting something rotten. "Endure. Grow strong. Crush weakness." Menma's chest heaved. "Yes." Nagato's gaze sharpened. "Is that why you ostracized your brother?" The words hit like a knife. Menma's expression flickered. It was not pain, not guilt, but irritation, as if Naruto's name was a stain that refused to wash off. "Don't talk about him." Nagato's voice stayed calm. "Do you truly hate him that much?" Menma's lips curled. "He's weak. He disgraced our blood, killed our clan head and ran away like a coward, leaving us with shame. He's a dead man, he just don't realize it yet." Nagato watched him closely, and something in his expression shifted. Not anger, not pity, but a colder kind of understanding. "You continue to recite the clan story," he said, "but not your own accord on what happened. It is interesting, then I wonder, what about your mother?" Menma's eyes winded, then he roared, red chakra surging so hard the pressure binding him cracked. He dropped to the ground, landing heavy, and swung his blade with pure fury. "Shut up!" Nagato didn't move. The blade stopped inches from his face, held in place by invisible force. The crowd screamed Menma's name again, louder, as if volume could change reality. Menma trembled, teeth bared, eyes wild. "I have no sympathy for weakness. This is the Uzumaki way. The path," he roared, trying to bring his blade closer. His voice then slightly lowered. "You think you're above this?" he snarled. "You think you can judge us from the outside, as if inaction isn't just the same bowing down and dying?" Nagato's voice lowered slightly. "I am not judging you. I am measuring you." He released the blade and stepped back, allowing Menma to regain his stance. Menma attacked instantly, A storm of chakra chains exploded from his body, while simultaneously his chakra beasts erupted towards Nagato. Nagato countered with nothing flashy. He completely dodged each chain that tried to skewer him while at the same time negate the charging masked beasts. He absorbed. He negated. He redirected. He dismantled. Suddenly appearing behind Nagato, enhanced with Kyuubi's chakra, Menma's mouth released a red flame that consumed everything in its path. Fire release. Raging fox flames. The raging flames, which formed into a kitsune visage, raced towards the redhead, but Nagato was a void that fire couldn't burn. The raging flames died down at the palm of his hands. Menma snarled in anger and without strategy charged towards him, blinded by rage. As the fight dragged on, the crowd's cheers became frantic. They were still chanting Menma's name, but now the chant sounded like fear of their savior losing the fight. They could feel it too, even if they didn't understand what was going on. Nagato wasn't trying to win with spectacle. He was proving something with every calm motion. Menma's strikes began to slow. His breathing grew ragged. The masked beasts flickered, some forced back into kitsune fragments by Nagato's pressure. Menma tried to recall them, to merge them, to manifest the Nine Tails fully, but every time he attempted to escalate, Nagato's Rinnegan drank the chakra buildup like it was offered. Menma's arrogance began to crack under the weight of futility. Nagato watched him struggle and finally spoke again, voice quiet enough that only Menma and those close enough could hear. "This clan craves blood the way starving men crave food," he said. "Violence has become your lifeline, your faith, your comfort." Menma's eyes flared. "It kept us alive." "No," Nagato replied. "It kept you afraid." Menma snarled, swinging again, but Nagato didn't counter immediately. He simply stepped back and let Menma's own momentum burn him. Then Nagato's gaze lifted, not to the crowd, but beyond it, to the compound itself. The sickly blossoms, the silent servants, the children who had learned to cheer for brutality before they learned to read. His expression changed. Not into sadness. Into decision. He exhaled once, slow. Menma noticed. "What are you doing?" he demanded, breath rough. Nagato lowered his hands. The Rinnegan's glow dimmed slightly. He turned away. The crowd froze in confusion, the chant sputtering and dying as if someone had cut the string holding it up. Menma's eyes widened. "Hey!" His voice rose, anger sharpening. "We're not done." Nagato walked toward the edge of the arena at the same calm pace he'd entered, ignoring the will reader's startled stare, ignoring the murmurs swelling into outrage. Menma followed a step, incredulous. "You're running." Nagato stopped at the boundary line and glanced back over his shoulder. His eyes held no fear, no shame, no desire to justify himself. "I am leaving the clan," he said simply. The words hit the compound like thunder. Gasps exploded. Elders shot to their feet. Some shouted protests. Others looked offended, as if a tool had spoken out of turn. Menma's face twisted. "You can't just—" "I can," Nagato replied, voice still calm. "And you should listen to this warning." He turned his gaze toward the crowd now, and the crowd recoiled without understanding why. It wasn't his power alone. It was the certainty in him, the cold clarity of someone who had already accepted what they were too addicted to admit. "You are devouring yourselves," Nagato said, voice carrying across the arena without needing to be loud. "You call it strength. You call it the path. But it is only hunger. And hunger does not build. It consumes." Murmurs grew into angry shouts. "Traitor! Ungrateful! You think you're better than us?" Nagato didn't flinch. "Continue down this route and you will destroy your own legacy. Not because outsiders will finish what they started years ago, but because you will finish it yourselves." Menma stepped forward, shaking with rage. "Coward!" he spat. "You're afraid you can't beat me." Nagato's eyes narrowed slightly, not with anger, but with disappointment so sharp it felt like an insult. "This isn't about beating you," he said. "It's about what you become when you win." Menma raised his blades, red chakra flaring again. "Then fight. Prove to me that your way of life is better. Show me." Nagato turned away again, stepping fully out of the arena. "No," he said quietly. "There is no hope for a clan that cheers for its own decay." Nagato's footsteps were soft against the fractured stone as he turned his back on the gathered clan. His decision delivered without ceremony and without hesitation. No bow, no plea for understanding, only departure. The murmurs rippled outward from the stands. Confusion, anger, disbelief, and yet none of it reached him. He had already removed himself from them in every way that mattered. Behind him, Menma's breathing trembled. "No, you're wrong." At first it was subtle, a tremor in the air, a faint distortion in the ceiling arrays embedded beneath the battleground. The intricate scripts carved into the arena floor flickered like nervous candlelight. Then the tremor deepened into vibration. The ground groaned. Nagato stopped. He did not turn immediately. He simply sensed the built-up chakra. The Nine-Tails chakra began to gather behind him in a rising howl that made the spectators instinctively shrink back. Menma stood hunched at the center of the arena, shoulders heaving, red chakra leaking violently from his pores. The restraint seals placed upon him earlier had long since fractured. What remained clung to his arms like burning paper. His eyes were wide, pupils trembling with manic conviction. The masked beasts emerged again. But this time they did not spread across the battlefield. They converged. One after another the spectral creatures, dragon, tiger, tortoise, phoenix, all were pulled inward, dragged screaming into a singular gravitational point hovering above Menma's outstretched hands. Their bodies unraveled into streams of blackened chakra, twisting into a growing sphere that swallowed light around it. The arena began to shake violently. Wind tore across the compound, banners snapping from their mounts. Tiles shattered from rooftops. Children screamed as shinobi rushed to form barriers around the stands. High above, Hiruzen raised an arm against the gale, his robes whipping wildly. NBU appeared beside him in a flicker of motion. Masks turned toward the swelling mass with open alarm. "This is beyond the trial," one clan head barked. "We must stop this now." But no one moved first, because no one wanted to be the one standing in front of that. Down below, Nagato finally turned. His expression did not change. Not surprise, not anger, only acknowledgement, the quiet acceptance of a predictable outcome. "So you're not done yet," he said calmly. "Is this everything you have?" Menma lifted his head. A psychotic smile split his face, teeth bared, eyes shining with feverish belief. "Traitors like you deserve to die," he rasped. "You and that weak bastard Naruto." His voice climbed into a shout. "I'm the future of this clan. My will is absolute and I'll prove it right now." The sphere swelled larger. 20 feet across, a spiraling vortex of condensed chakra, black and crimson currents grinding against each other like colliding worlds. The pressure alone split the arena floor outward in expanding fractures. "Taste the power of the Uzumaki," the spiral howled. "In release, maximum Uzumaki." He thrust both hands forward. The sphere launched. It did not fly so much as erase the space between them, dragging wind, stone, and loose debris into its wake as it devoured the battlefield on approach. Spectators were thrown from their seats. Defensive barriers shattered instantly on contact with the pressure wave alone. For the first time that day, Nagato gathered chakra. The air tightened around him, invisible currents converging toward a single point, his open palm. His Rinnegan gleamed as he extended his hand. "Shinra Tensei." The world paused. Then it broke. A silent instant collapsed into a catastrophic detonation of force. The repulsive wave erupted outward from Nagato like a second horizon, colliding with the spiraling sphere in a violent distortion of space itself. The chakra mass compressed, twisted, then detonated backward. Boom! The shockwave flattened the arena. Stone platforms tore free from their foundations and launched into the compound walls. Entire sections of the battleground disintegrated into airborne rubble. Windows shattered across nearby buildings. Training towers cracked along their seams. The ground outside the compound rippled, dust rising across neighboring streets as villagers staggered from the impact. Even the Hokage Tower trembled. Wind roared outward in expanding rings, forcing shinobi to anchor themselves with chakra just to remain standing. Trees bent nearly horizontal under the blast before snapping upright again. At the epicenter, Menma was hurled through the ruins, the remaining chakra stripped from him as the repulsion swallowed the attack whole and returned it tenfold. His body struck broken stone and did not rise again. Silence followed. Dust drifted slowly through the ruined arena where moments ago the pride of the Uzumaki had gathered. Fragments of ceiling arrays still glowed faintly beneath cracked earth, their purpose forgotten. Menma lay unconscious in the rubble. Nagato lowered his arm. Without another word, he turned away once more and began walking. No one stopped him. Not the stunned will reader clutching the scroll. Not the clan elders frozen between outrage and fear. Not even the spectators, who could not decide whether they had witnessed salvation or an omen. And as Nagato vanished into the compound's corridors, the final round ended not with a crowning blow, but with a warning that lingered heavier than the dust settling over the village. Whirlpool's greatest enemy had never been other nations. It had always been itself. Border of hot water. Despite the land of hot water being a hot spot for vacation due to the hot springs, its neighboring country, Snow Country, was the complete opposite. The snow that dusted from the northern borders looked gentle from a distance. A white powder spread across pine boughs, a clean silence over the hills, but when Jiraiya's sandals crunched into it and the wind knifed through his cloak, the lie peeled away. Cold had a way of stripping everything down to truth. Joints that ached when they shouldn't, lungs that burned just from breathing, fatigue that didn't come from distance so much as years. He pulled his collar higher and kept moving. The toad sage throughout his life had crossed borders in blizzards, in sandstorms, and in rain so heavy it turned roads into rivers. He'd fought wars, he'd fled assassins, he'd survived poison and heartbreak in battles he should have lost. But lately, every step came with a quiet realization. He was old. Not in spirit, there was still spirit in him, that same stubbornness he carried throughout his life, but in the body. The bones felt weathered. The flexibility that once let him bend around death had stiffened. And yet that didn't bother him as much as the thought that truly ate him. It had been 3, maybe 4 years since Naruto vanished. 3 to 4 years of traveling the world with his gut full of alcohol and his heart full of unfinished promises. Jiraiya had never been the kind of man who begged forgiveness. He laughed, he ran, he wrote, he fought, and he avoided anything too raw for too long. But Naruto had been different. Naruto had been his godson, Minato's son, Kushina's boy, a child he'd promised, in his own loose way, to watch over. And he hadn't. Politics, Hiruzen had said. The clan is complicated, Jiraiya had told himself. He'll survive, he'd insisted. Survival wasn't the same as living, and now Jiraiya was forced to chase the aftermath of his own cowardice across the elemental nations like it was a physical thing he could grab and correct. He couldn't even get a whiff of Naruto's trail. Every time there was a rumor, it dissolved into nothing. Every time a witness swore they saw blonde hair and whisker marks, the boy vanished before Jiraiya could arrive. Even the toads couldn't pin him down. Naruto moved like a ghost and left the world blank behind him. No chakra signature, no pattern, no footprint that mattered. Some nights, Jiraiya entertained the thought that he was chasing something that was already dead. He hated himself for even thinking it, But the world was cruel and Naruto had been born into cruelty. No chakra, the Uzumaki elders had said, as if it was a death sentence. Jiraiya had once believed that was impossible. Now it was the very reason Naruto could disappear. Yuzu was still a ruin. Kushina's homeland was a corpse of stone and salt, haunted by the memory of what the world did to clans it feared. There was no life there, no secret refuge, no hidden rebirth. Naruto couldn't have gone home. So where did a boy like that go? The only breakthrough in months came as a rumor wrapped in whispers. On the border of the land of hot water and snow was an underground facility. A neutral territory where shinobi from every nation gathered to drink, gamble, trade secrets, and bleed without banners. A place with no village overhead, no kage rule, no patrols. A place where enemy headbands could sit at the same bar as long as they kept their hands clean. A place where people said a blond man with a scar sometimes appeared, and always disappeared. The facility sat beneath the land like a buried wound, a massive carved-out system creeping towards Snow Country's border. You could spend a month inside and never see the sun. Corridors ran like veins, rooms stacked on top of rooms, markets, brothels, casinos, bars, arenas. An entire city built for shinobi who wanted to pretend law still existed without actually being bound by it. But theirs was one rule everyone respected. No fighting. Not because anyone there was civilized, but because the punishment was certain. People who brought disputes into the facility didn't get escorted out. They got erased. Some were punished, publicly executed by whoever enforced the rule. Others were dragged into a secret arena where they fought until death. Their bodies returned to the dark like garbage. Fear made even monsters behave. Jiraiya entered through a guarded tunnel and immediately felt the change in air. A warm, damp, reeking of smoke and perfume and sweat. Lanterns lined the walls. Voices echoed in every direction. He saw headbands from the stone, the cloud, the mist, the sand, smaller villages, mercenary marks he didn't recognize. No leaf. Not many anyway. Konoha shinobi had a habit of avoiding places like this because of what it represented. A world where their order didn't matter. Jiraiya, however, didn't come to judge. He came to hunt. He moved through the second-level hall, doing his best to ignore the women who called out to him, ignoring the laughter, ignoring the gamblers who looked up and recognized him only to look away quickly. He found a bar tucked into a corner where the noise thinned into a constant hum. The bartender was a broad-shouldered man with sleeves rolled to the elbow, eyes sharp and unbothered. Jiraiya took a stool and ordered a drink out of habit even though he didn't want it. The bartender raised a brow. "I'm seeing you for the first time, Jiraiya-sama." Jiraiya's mouth quirked. It wasn't surprising. Legends didn't disappear just because peace happened. They only became less useful to people. The war years had aged out. The younger generation were busy enjoying quiet days, forgetting that peace was often just a prelude to the next wave of blood. Even Akatsuki had been silent lately but a bit too quiet. That didn't mean safety. It meant the storm was gathering elsewhere. Jiraiya swirled the drink, eyes scanning the hall. "First time," he echoed. "When did this place open? I know every bar worth knowing across the nations, and there isn't anything like this. No village around, no flag, no authority." "Some time ago," the bartender said calmly. "Neutral ground. People pay for quiet." His gaze flicked to Jiraiya's forehead protector. "Though we don't see many leaf shinobi here." Jiraiya took a sip, made a face like it tasted worse than it should have, then leaned in slightly. "I want to know about the boss here. Can I meet him?" The bartender's eyes narrowed a fraction. "Boss? Why do you need to meet him?" "Well, I've been told a blonde kid with a scar on his face comes near here," Jiraiya said, keeping his voice casual as if asking about a prostitute. "No village affiliation, and no chakra." He then showed him a picture. The bartender's expression didn't change much, but his posture tightened. He'd heard that description before. Everyone in this place had. "Oh, him. Well, there isn't much to tell. he said after a pause. He rarely makes appearances. When he does, he stays in the VIP level. VIP? Jiraiya questioned. The bartender nodded. Entrance is strict. Big money. Big names. Rules are stricter. That's it. Jiraiya pressed. That's all I know. The bartender wiped a glass slowly. People who ask too many questions about the third level don't last long. Jiraiya exhaled. He'd come for information and got a wall. Typical. Still, he stayed. Not because he enjoyed this place, but because obsession didn't let him leave. If Naruto was a ghost, then Jiraiya had to haunt the right house. Maybe the blonde would show up. Maybe fate would stop being cruel for 5 minutes. So he waited. Above him, somewhere deeper within the facility, the third level hummed with wealth. Third level. VIP wasn't just a room, it was a change of lifestyle. Softer carpets, better liquor, silk screens instead of bamboo slats, women with trained smiles and knives hidden in their hair, men who spoke quietly because their words were expensive, tables where chips stacked like miniature towers and the stakes were life-changing. At one such table, a 17-year-old boy with a jagged scar and a cigarette habit did what he always did. He robbed people blind. 2 pair. Full house. Straight flush. The dealer's hands trembled just slightly as he revealed the last card. The men around the table groaned, some cursing loud enough to earn angry looks. One slammed his fist down hard enough to scatter chips. Another stared at Naruto like the world had personally insulted him. Naruto just smirked and calmly pulled the pile toward himself. "Hey," he said, voice lazy, amused. "It's not my fault you guys don't know when to quit." His stack was obscene now, a small mountain of chips and cash, the kind of pile that made men greedy, then desperate, then dead. He puffed on a cigar like he belonged there, posture relaxed, shoulders broad beneath a long-sleeved black shirt that didn't show much skin but hinted at the scars beneath. His whisker marks were visible in the right light. His hair fell forward, hiding his eyes until he lifted his chin. An old man at the table glared, face red from drink and humiliation. "One of these days, you little shit, I'm gonna beat you." Naruto frowned at him as if considering whether the man was worth the words. Then he smirked, smoke spilling from his lips. "Not gonna happen, old man. I'm the luckiest son of a bitch this side of the elemental nations, and everyone here knows it, and don't call me a little shit. I'm the big shit now," he quipped while counting a thick wad of cash with amusement. The old man lit his own cigar, downed scotch, and shook his head. "That much is true." He stood after a moment, chair scraping softly. As he walked away, he paused just before the exit and looked back over his shoulder, raising his voice so Naruto would hear it over the hum of the lounge. "But everyone's luck runs out sometime." Naruto chuckled like the warning was charming. He didn't bother responding. The old man disappeared into the corridor. Naruto leaned back, stretching one arm, like the night was young and endless. Suddenly, the wall behind him exploded. Stone and plaster erupted inward. Dust swallowed the room. People screamed. Chairs toppled. The luxurious calm shattered into panic as patrons scattered, some diving under tables, others sprinting for exits. Call girls shrieked and vanished through side doors. Guards yelled commands. The VIP section emptied with the speed of a stampede. Such incursions were uncommon here. The rule against fighting was sacred, but rules didn't stop desperate men. Rules didn't stop nations when they decided a problem had to be erased. Naruto didn't flinch. He exhaled smoke, unhurried, as if explosions were just weather. Then he turned calmly. 3 shinobi emerged from the settling dust, silhouettes sharpening into figures wearing sand uniforms, the standard Jonin style with flak jackets, desert-toned cloth, sleeves wrapped for protection, with pouches strapped tight against thighs. Each carried a sharp object in hand, steel glinting under lantern light, ready and eager. The lead shinobi's expression was businesslike, almost apologetic. "Uzumaki Naruto," he said. "Sorry, but we have to kill you." Naruto kept leaning on the card table like it was his home. "Sorry?" he echoed, amused. He flicked ash casually. "You're sorry you have to kill me? Come on. At least be honest when you're assassinating someone." The lead shinobi laughed lightly. "Right? It usually makes targets feel better if they think we don't want to kill them, but have to anyway. Duty is an opiate, you know?" Naruto waved a hand dismissively and downed the rest of his cognac. No problem. I'm not the usual target anyways." He tossed the empty glass across the room and waited until he heard it shatter. Then he rubbed his chest absently, like checking old pain. "Regardless, you guys know who I am, right?" The lead shinobi smiled wider. "Uzumaki Naruto, age 17, Nuke of Konoha, reputed to be the most traitorous man in the elemental countries besides Itachi Uchiha, of course. Nicknamed the Shinobi Killer or the Invisible Man." "Yes." He spread his hands a little. "We know who you are. That's why there are 3 of us. Our Kazekage doesn't like how you do business." Naruto blinked. Then he laughed, hard and loud, with genuine amusement spilling out as if the universe had finally told him a joke worth hearing. "That man thinks you 3, he wheezed, laughing harder. 3 of you will be enough? Oh wow, that's awesome." He wiped at the corner of his eye like he might cry from it. "Man, I don't think I've had someone say something like that with a straight face in a long time. You truly made my day." The lead shinobi frowned. "Don't take us lightly, Uzumaki. The old man that hired us for a reason." He gestured as if presenting a prize. "We are Suna's elite, the Sand Devils. Surely you've heard of us." Naruto's laughter stopped as cleanly as if someone had cut a wire. His expression softened into something calm, collected and sharp enough to cut. Hair fell over his eyes as he tilted his head down slightly, shadowing his gaze. "The Sand Devils," he murmured. "You're the 3 that fought one of Orochimaru's pets, Kadamaru, to a standstill." The lead shinobi's pride flared. "So you have heard of us?" Naruto nodded slowly. The room went quiet. Not just silent, but heavy, like the air itself had thickened. The 2 other Sand Devils glanced subtly at each other, sensing the shift. The lead shinobi's smile dimmed. Naruto stood upright and began walking toward them. He stopped a few feet away, as if giving them one last chance to run. "So what's your next move?" he muttered. All 3 froze. They didn't understand why until it hit them. The killing intent he's giving off was heavy. It wasn't loud like Gaara's wildfire aura. It wasn't violent theatrics or Raz's explosion of anger. It was worse. A quiet malice, the kind that said you were already dead and the only question left was how long your body would take to realize it. Naruto reached down and pulled a small katana hilt from a pouch strapped to his leg. No guard. Simple. Red and black fibers wrapped around it in a strange double helix pattern, almost like a seal. He flicked his wrist. A shimmering blade of compressed wind formed from the hilt, a tight, invisible at the edges, long as a man, slightly curved like a daikatana born of air. It didn't radiate chakra the way a jutsu would. It radiated sharpness. Naruto's mouth curved upward on one side, that jagged scar making the smile look twisted. "You know, since I have no chakra, I'm reliant of special tools like this," he said softly. "You 3 are exactly the kind of nin I make a living killing." The Sand Devils moved at once, as trained elites should, spreading out, forcing angles, pulling weapons with synchronized efficiency. One hurled senbon from a sleeve. Another threw a weighted wire meant to tangle Naruto's limbs. The lead darted in, blade aimed for Naruto's throat. Naruto didn't retreat. He stepped into the chaos. The first senbon flew. Naruto tilted his head slightly and let them pass close enough where it slightly cut his hair. The wire snapped toward him. He kicked a chair into it, the bamboo frame catching and tangling, yanking the wire offline. The lead's blade came down and Naruto's wind blade flicked once, and the strike was cut short as the edge of the Sand Devil's weapon sheared cleanly, metal screaming. The lead's eyes widened. Naruto's knee slammed into his stomach. The man folded. Naruto grabbed his head and drove it into the card table hard enough to splinter it, then released him like garbage. The second shinobi tried to flank with a kunai thrust. Naruto pivoted, caught the wrist, and twisted until bones popped. The shinobi screamed, and Naruto used that scream as cover, and he spat directly into third man's eyes. The third shinobi stumbled blind, swiping wildly on his face. Naruto's wind blade flashed and the second man hamstring opened like paper. He dropped instantly, leg collapsing beneath him. The third Sand Devil finally surged forward again, hands flying through seals for a wind technique. Naruto moved before the chakra could settle, closing distance with a speed that didn't make sense to shinobi who believed chakra was required for acceleration like that. He hurled another chair, not at the man's body, but at his hands. The chair smashed into fingers mid-seal. Bones cracked. The technique failed. Naruto slammed the hilt of his wind blade into the man's jaw. Teeth burst. The Sand Devil fell. The lead shinobi staggered up, coughing, trying to draw another weapon. Naruto didn't give him time. He stepped close and drove his elbow into the man's throat, crushing breath. As the lead collapsed, clawing for air, Naruto casually lifted the man's own kunai and drove it into his shoulder, pinning him to the floor. He didn't need to kill them immediately. In fact, he looked like he was enjoying how little effort it took. When the last of them stopped moving, the VIP lounge was a wreck of splintered furniture and blood. Naruto stood over the slumped bodies, wind blade fading into nothing as he let it dissipate. Blood streaked his arms. His breathing was steady. His expression was bored. Then his eyes flicked toward the corridor. The old man from the gambling table, the one who'd warned him, was scrambling away, face pale, hands shaking so badly he could barely walk straight. Naruto watched him like a cat watches a mouse pretending it's invisible. "Uzumaki-sama," the old man babbled, voice cracking. "It was a misunderstanding. They..." Naruto scoffed. "Sure, misunderstanding. Happens all the time." He glanced at the blood and wreckage like it was spilled drink. "Water under the bridge and all that shit." The old man whimpered. Naruto's smirk turned wry. "Oh, cut the act, you didn't lose that much, old man. Selling me out to Suna probably cleared at least half your debts to the house, right?" The old man's eyes darted wildly, looking for a door, a guard, a miracle. Naruto sat down near him with casual ease, leaning back against a barstool like he was settling in for a conversation. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a slow drag. Smoke curled into the air, mixing with dust and the scent of blood. He let the silence stretch, long enough for the old man to start trembling harder. Then Naruto flicked his cigarette away and exhaled like he'd made a decision. "Tell you what," he said lazily, "I'll make you a deal." The old man nodded furiously, near tears. "Why, yes, anything." Naruto yawned. "In the long run, you did me a favor. Those three, their bounties are pretty high." His eyes slid toward the bodies as if they were just numbers. Then he turned back, voice still calm. "But you still hired them to kill me, wrecked this fine establishment, and you're responsible for the nin you hire. You know?" The old man nodded again, frantic. Naruto propped his arms on the bar behind him, head leaning back, eyes half-lidded like he was bored of the man already. "So here's the deal. You pay for the damages, you settle your tab, plus 20% interest, and I'll see to you getting off with a warning." He glanced at the old man, smile returning slowly. The old man's face went white. 20%. Repairs. Bodies. Tab. The number was obscene. But," he stammered, panic rising. That's That's over 30 million Rio. You'll bankrupt me. Naruto's smile widened, and it wasn't friendly. It looked like something that belonged on a predator who'd learned how to talk like a man. You really should have thought of that before you decided to try to kill me, Naruto said softly. He laughed, and it came out cruel, the sound echoing through the ruined lounge like a knife scraping bone. Then his smile stretched wider until it looked like a twisted Cheshire grin carved into his scar. But such is life, right? He murmured, eyes gleaming with amused malice. After all. He leaned forward just slightly, as if sharing a secret. Everyone's luck runs out sometime. Konoha Academy. Normalcy in Konoha was always a performance. After the Uzumaki ceremony, after the banners were taken down, after the visitors filed back into their compounds with their opinions sharpened and their grudges newly polished, the village returned to its routines the same way it always did. Loudly, quickly, as if noise itself could bury truth. Vendors yelled. Mission boards filled. Shinobi moved in patrol rhythms like nothing monumental had happened at the eastern edge of the village. The adults pretended stability was permanent. Children didn't pretend. They simply lived. The academy courtyard rang with shrieks and laughter, sandals slapping wood, chalk dust and sweat and summer air mixing in the open corridors. Kids chased each other through the practice lanes and argued about who would be Hokage, who would master a forbidden jutsu, who would get a cool summon first. Dreams were cheap in Konoha. They were handed out like candy before anyone learned the cost of swallowing them. Inside one classroom, that noise pressed in through open windows, a constant, cheerful roar. Most of the students were swept up in it. One wasn't. Konohamaru Sarutobi sat near the window with his chin propped on his fist, eyes fixed on the distant rooftops like he was staring through them. Stone-faced, not sulking thinking. There was a difference. His teacher had learned to recognize it, and lately it happened more often. Since that day, since he'd felt that pressure. Not the kind of pressure that came from a teacher scolding you or an elder's glare. The kind that sank into your bones and rewrote what power meant. He listened to the other kids arguing about flashy techniques, fireballs, clones, lightning flickers, and felt only irritation. Clueless, he thought, jaw tightening. They don't have a chance in the real world. A seat scraped beside him. No, not scraped. One moment the chair was empty, the next it was occupied, like reality had blinked and decided to fill the space. Konohamaru's eyes flicked sideways, sharp. A black-clad girl had taken the seat with lazy confidence, dressed in a plain shirt and a short skirt, practical shinobi sandals on her feet. On the back of her shirt sat a red Uzumaki swirl, bold enough to be a challenge in a room full of leaf children. Her red hair was tied back, but not neatly. It looked like it had been secured more for function than appearance. Her posture said she could sit like this all day and still move first if something went wrong. Maki Uzumaki leaned back, one arm slung over the chair as if she owned it. You know, she said, voice low and dry, eyes half-lidded as she glanced at the hormonal chaos around the room. They're back at it again. You'd save yourself an earful if you just told them off. Konohamaru exhaled through his nose. Telling them off is pointless. They'd just keep coming back anyway. His gaze stayed on the window. Besides, I've got more important things to deal with. Maki's brow rose in amused interest. Like what? A palm slammed onto Konohamaru's desk hard enough to rattle his pencil. Both Konohamaru and Maki looked up. My Uzumaki stood there, red hair hanging straight, purple eyes sharp with contempt. She looked like Maki's exact copy at first glance. The same face, same clan coloring, but the vibe was different. Where Maki sat like someone who didn't care what people thought, Mai stood like someone who cared too much and demanded the world care back. Konohamaru-kun, Mai said sweetly, except there was no sweetness in it. Why waste your time on the whirlpool reject? Maki's eyes rolled so hard it was almost impressive. Are we really doing this again, sis? Pipe down, will ya? Mai's nostrils flared. She puffed her chest slightly like a peacock trying to look bigger. I'm just saying the obvious. Someone of Konohamaru's political stature would be better suited with me or someone with an innate technique realized rather than a talentless weakling that can't manifest chakra. Her voice rose with every word until it snapped into a shout. With no power, you might as well be dead. The last line had the cadence of doctrine. The Uzumaki path wasn't just a tradition. It was a pressure system. It turned children into little mouths repeating the same brutal truths until they forgot they'd ever had softer language. Maki didn't refute her. Not because she agreed, but because part of her had been raised on that same poison too. It sat in her like a scar. Healed, present, undeniable. Konohamaru's fingers tightened around his pencil. Then quietly he spoke. "You're wrong." The room didn't go silent. The kids were still laughing, still shouting, but the three of them existed in a pocket of tension now, and even a few nearby students paused to look. Mai blinked like she hadn't understood. What? Konohamaru's eyes sharpened. The memory of that pressure returned like a hand around his throat. You don't need chakra or an innate technique to be powerful. Maki's expression shifted. Interest replaced laziness. She leaned in slightly, elbow on desk, eyes narrowing the way a fighter's eyes narrowed before a spar. "What do you mean?" she asked. Konohamaru leaned back, and for a moment his eyes unfocused. A small flashback surfaced. "It was a rainy day about 5 years ago," he began, voice quieter now, as if speaking too loudly would break the memory. "My family, my grandfather, my dad, my uncle, and me, we were invited to your clan's dinner. It was about strengthening ties between Whirlpool and the village." Mai's face tightened, impatient. Maki stayed still, listening. Honestly, I was in love with the idea of your tradition," Konohamaru admitted, his voice turning rueful. "The path. Endure. Become strong. Crush weakness." His eyes flicked toward the window, then back. "I'm a Sarutobi and I want to be Hokage." That kind of philosophy, it sounded like it fit at the time, like it was the truth. He swallowed. "Until I saw him." Maki's eyes narrowed. Mai's mouth opened with a scoff already forming. "The man everyone in your clan shunned," Konohamaru continued. "The black sheep." The memory sharpened. He was a smaller kid then, dressed in formal clothes that itched at the collar, forced to sit through endless adult conversation while servants refilled cups. The room had been warm and perfumed with incense and lacquered wood, the kind of expensive comfort that made a village politician feel secure. Adults talked in low voices about alliance, about the Uzumaki's sealing reserves, about Konoha's future security. They laughed politely. They measured each other like merchants. Outside, the children had been allowed to run free in the garden. Konohamaru had seen them through the open shoji. Uzumaki kids chasing each other, playing tag and laughing, red hair flashing between pillars. A ball bounced across the wet stones. Someone kicked it too hard. It rolled away toward the side path. Konohamaru had slipped out to chase it, glad for any excuse to escape the grown-ups. As he ran, he'd heard the adults behind him still talking, still laughing, and he'd heard a different tone slip in between their words when they thought children weren't listening. Defective. No chakra at all. Waste of blood. Konohamaru had frowned as he chased the ball down the path, curiosity blooming into something meaner. Wow, he'd thought with childish cruelty. Can there really be someone that much of a loser in the Uzumaki clan? He'd been a kid. The world had been simple then. Chakra meant you was strong. No chakra meant you were weak. He'd snorted to himself as he scooped the ball up. They said there's a loser that can't even make chakra in his body. Even I can do that. Ha! I can only imagine the loser's face. He thought with amusement, imagining someone hunched and pathetic. He must be so crushed. Then his thoughts cut off. Someone walked past him. Slowly. And Konohamaru froze mid-step. It wasn't chakra surging. It wasn't a shinobi flexing their aura. It was worse. It was like standing near the edge of a cliff and suddenly realizing gravity exists, and you could fall to your death. Or a wild animal staring you down before it attacks you. The feeling of death itself. He turned his head. A blond man moved down the corridor between the garden and the inner compound, ignoring the celebration, ignoring the laughter. His arms were covered in scars, some old and pale, some newer, darker. A jagged cut marked the left corner of his mouth like someone had tried to carve a smile into him and failed. His hair fell in uneven strands, shadowing part of his face. He wore plain clothes, nothing flashy, nothing that screamed shinobi. And yet, Konohamaru had never forgotten the feeling. Killer intent seeped from him with every step like cold smoke. The air tightened. The rain felt heavier. The lantern light seemed to dim. The man didn't even look at Konohamaru. He didn't acknowledge him. He walked toward some destination with a darkness in his eyes. Konohamaru had gripped the ball with both hands without realizing it. Heart pounding, breath stuck. That was what true power looked like. It was inevitability. Konohamaru's eyes snapped back to the present. Mai stared at him, unsettled despite herself. Maki's expression was unreadable now, less amused, more quiet. That man, Konohamaru said softly, didn't have chakra, but he made me feel something I've never felt from any jutsu, not even from my grandfather when he's serious. His hands tightened on the desk. So no, Mai, you're wrong. Mai's mouth opened, then closed. The doctrine didn't have an answer for that. Maki leaned back, eyes narrowing thoughtfully. You're talking about Naruto, she said, not asking. Konohamaru nodded once. The name alone seemed to cool the air between them. Elsewhere, in the depths of the Hokage's office, a crystal orb hovered above its base, glowing softly. The classroom scene shimmered within it. Konohamaru at the window, the Uzumaki twins, the tension threading through children who shouldn't have understood politics. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched without blinking. Several jonin stood nearby, quiet observers. Kurenai Yuhi folded her arms, eyes intent. So those are the Uzumaki twins, she murmured. Too bad I already have a team. I'd have liked to mentor them. Indeed, Hiruzen said, voice even. The orb shifted perspective slightly, now framing his grandson more clearly. Hiruzen's brow furrowed. Part of him was glad Konohamaru had taken the shinobi path seriously. But another part felt the unease of watching a child grow up too fast. And that is? Kurenai asked, pointing to the girl beside Konohamaru, puzzled. Maki Uzumaki, Hiruzen replied. Asuma Sarutobi's gaze sharpened. The one without chakra? That would be correct, but she do have chakra, however very little, Hiruzen said, stroking his beard. Asuma let out a low whistle, half impressed, half wary. Kakashi Hitaki, leaning against the back wall with his hands in his pockets, finally spoke. His voice was casual, but his eye was sharp. But what if she had chakra? That's a scary thought. He tilted his head slightly. Let's say, if she's able to contend with another genin named Rock Lee in taijutsu, then we're looking at someone who's broken past the limitations most shinobi face. But without chakra, his tone turned thoughtful. She'd have to rely entirely on endurance, instinct, and skill. Impressive, but risky. Hiruzen didn't argue. He just watched the orb, eyes heavy with quiet knowledge. Hiruzen's voice softened, almost to himself. We'll see how they develop. Then he looked to Kakashi, and the decision was in his eyes before he spoke it. Kakashi, Hiruzen said, since you no longer have a team, I'm entrusting you with watching them. Kakashi's visible eye narrowed in understanding. He gave a small nod. Understood. Border of hot water. The third-floor VIP lounge had the quiet of a mausoleum after the screaming ended. Dust still floated in the lantern light, turning the air into a slow, glittering haze. Splintered bamboo and lacquered wood littered the floor where polished tables used to stand. Cards lay scattered like dead leaves. Blood had pooled in glossy crescents beneath the sand devils, seeping into the seams of the carpet, darkening it in ugly blooms. Somewhere deeper in the facility, alarms hadn't been sounded, but not loudly, because places like this didn't panic the way villages did. They calculated. They sealed doors. They paid the right people to clean the right mess. Naruto sat on a barstool amid it all like he'd been born in wreckage. One elbow rested on the bar, shoulders loose, breathing even. He rolled a glass between his fingers, the liquor inside catching the light as he tilted it. The jagged scar at the corner of his mouth made every faint expression look like a sneer. His shirt was spattered at the sleeves. There was blood on his knuckles that wasn't his. The invisible wind blade had vanished back into its hilt, tucked away, while the inverted spear of heaven leaned within arm's reach, its presence like a cold thought. The old man who tried to sell him out sat somewhere in the wreckage, babbling promises into the air, already ruined before anyone came to confirm it. Naruto didn't feel triumphant. He never did. A fight to him was just a transaction. So was betrayal. So was mercy when he bothered to offer it. That was why the two voices outside the lounge made his eyes widen just slightly, the smallest crack in the mask. "Sir, I'm sorry, but you can't go in there." A young woman's voice rang out, strained with panic and authority she didn't truly own. There was a scuffle of footsteps, the scrape of a heel, the faint jingle of a weapon being gripped. Then came another voice, deeper, rougher, unmistakably familiar even after years. "Get out of my way. I need to talk to him." Naruto stared at the doorway like the sound itself had shoved a memory into his chest. He waved one hand lazily toward the entrance without even turning his head, a silent dismissal to the woman trying to enforce rules that no longer mattered. A heartbeat later, the sliding screen at the lounge's edge was shoved open. Jiraiya stepped in and the room seemed to shrink around him. He filled space the way old warlords did, broad shoulders under a travel-worn cloak, hair wild as ever despite the cold, eyes too tired for a man who had once looked like he'd laugh at death. Snow clung to his boots. The smell of outside clung to him too. He took in the wreckage in a single glance, his gaze sweeping the three bodies, the blood, the cratered wall, the trembling staff lingering at the edges of the room, too frightened to approach. Then his eyes locked on Naruto. For a moment, Jiraiya didn't speak. He simply stared, as if trying to reconcile the boy he'd failed with the man sitting there, scarred, calm, and wrong in ways words couldn't fix. "So," Jiraiya finally said, his voice low, dry, "are you the owner of this place or just visiting?" Naruto stopped sipping his liquor. The glass clicked softly against the bar as he set it down. He folded his arms across his chest and leaned back, posture relaxed in a way that made it worse, like he didn't consider Jiraiya a threat because threats had to be acknowledged to matter. His mouth pulled into a deep frown. Too many people were tracking him now. Suna, Uzumaki, and whoever else smelled blood in the water. He could always find a new spot to settle, but it annoyed him to be forced. He lifted his gaze to Jiraiya fully. "The legendary Sannin," Naruto said, voice calm and almost polite. His eyes held no warmth. "I thought it was someone else." Jiraiya raised a brow. "Who else would it be?" Naruto shrugged indifferently. "Who knows?" The shrug was too easy. The answer was too hollow. It was the kind of response a man gave when names didn't matter because everyone was the same eventually. Hunter, prey, corpse. Jiraiya's throat tightened. Naruto looked exactly like the photo and somehow worse in person. More solid, more dangerous, more detached. His whisker marks were still there, stubborn as fate. His hair fell forward, shadowing eyes that didn't seem to feel anything at all. Jiraiya hadn't expected to meet Naruto like this. In a neutral bunker full of criminals and shinobi, surrounded by bodies, with the boy sitting like the aftermath belonged to him. Naruto watched Jiraiya study him and spoke first, the way predators often did when they were confident. Well, if you're done staring, he said, it's a pleasure to meet someone you again, but you can leave now. I feel nostalgic seeing you. Who knows, maybe one day I'll get to see your legendary power. His gaze drifted, the corner of his mouth lifting faintly. It must be stated, while the power of the Sannin is great, the way your teammate act while drunk leaves little to be desired. A pause, then a smile that carried the ghost of a memory. Not that there was a chance to show it in the first place. Jiraiya's brow creased. The image of blonde hair, sake, and a violent temper flashed in his mind. Tsunade, he muttered before he could stop himself. His eyes narrowed. Did you engage her in battle? Naruto chuckled, low and amused, like the question itself was comical. In a way. Something sour sparked in Jiraiya's gut. He shoved it down immediately. This wasn't the time to think about Tsunade. This wasn't the time to imagine what in a way meant. It's not surprising you met her, Jiraiya said, forcing his tone back into neutral. She's not exactly subtle. Naruto shrugged. What can I do for you, Jiraiya-san? His voice hardened on the last word like steel cooling. I wish to peacefully continue on my day. Alone. The emphasis wasn't accidental. It was a boundary drawn in blood and patience. Jiraiya hadn't come here to fight. He'd come to see Naruto, to talk, to confirm the boy existed beyond rumors and blurred sightings. The surprising part was Naruto's respect. No mocking, no juvenile hostility. But there was a coldness there that made Jiraiya's skin itch. You're quite infamous right now, Jiraiya said carefully. There are people in high places who want you back in Konoha for that stunt you pulled. Naruto's eyes flicked with mild curiosity. And you're probing because you think they're lying? No, Jiraiya replied, honest. I want to understand. He hesitated, then added, and to find out if you settled anywhere? Joined anyone? Naruto scoffed softly. You're supposed to be a spy master. Shouldn't you tell me that? He tipped his head. But no, I haven't joined any great nation. That's all I can say. His gaze sharpened slightly. Is there anything else? Jiraiya's jaw worked. The question he didn't want to ask sat on his tongue like poison. He asked it anyway. Are you an enemy? Naruto blinked at him, then laughed, not uproarious like earlier, but incredulous, almost disappointed. I didn't think that question would come from you. My father was your beloved student. His eyes held Jiraiya's. I didn't think you'd take that stance. I'm not asking for myself, Jiraiya said. I'm asking for the village. His voice turned rough. You've intentionally stayed away from Konoha even though you committed a crime. I need to know where we stand with you. Naruto leaned back, gaze drifting upward as if the ceiling beyond the lanterns was a sky worth looking at. Hard-pressed loyalty, he murmured as if savoring the phrase. Remarkable. I truly cannot understand this notion. Maybe one day I will. His eyes lowered again, and the calm returned like a door closing. I am not your enemy, Naruto said. Then he paused, and the pause felt deliberate, like he was letting the possibility hang there for Jiraiya to swallow. But who knows, I could be lying. Jiraiya didn't move. Naruto continued, voice flat, almost clinical. This much is true. I have no love for Konoha nor the clan. His gaze sharpened into something hard. I killed that son of a bitch clan head because he deserved it. There's no other explanation than that. The stare he gave Jiraiya wasn't pleading. It was daring. Refute him. Condemn him. Try to justify the clan. Try to justify the village. Naruto's eyes looked like they'd already heard every excuse and found them worthless. Jiraiya's chest tightened. His mind flashed to Minato, to Kushina, to a boy who should have been laughing on rooftops instead of sitting in blood-stained lounges. I see, Jiraiya said quietly. He smiled then, but it was a sad thing, hollow and tired. He didn't know what to do with this. Force wasn't an option, not here, not now at least. Jiraiya prayed the day never came where he had to use force against Naruto at all. Even so, Jiraiya said, For what it's worth, I don't intend to turn you in. I would like open communication with you." Naruto's eyes narrowed faintly, not in anger, more like disbelief. "You people are too kind," he said, and the words came out sharp. "The Uzumaki would have rather killed me than let me go. And it's reasonable. I represent their greatest shame." He tilted his head. "And yet you're not willing to do anything to me. No village would make this decision. If I forced you back to Konoha, we will surely fight," Jiraiya said, testing the thought aloud. "Would you prefer that?" Naruto's gaze turned colder. "Do you ask shinobi of their feelings before missions?" he asked. "Shinobi follow the Kage. They're sent on suicide missions. They're never asked if they're happy about it." His voice remained level, but the contempt was sharp. "A mission is a mission. If you allow emotions to supersede the needs of an entire village, you'll be in trouble." He leaned forward slightly, as if lecturing a child, and that was its own insult. "Either way, do as you will. Leave me be." His eyes held Jiraiya's. "But it was a pleasure, Jiraiya. Maybe one day it can be a pleasant chat under different circumstances." Jiraiya heard the warning in the politeness. He felt it in the way Naruto's body remained relaxed even as the room's temperature seemed to drop. "So," Jiraiya said slowly, "you're saying you can become an enemy of Konoha?" Naruto shook his head. "Well," he said, as if explaining something obvious, "I am not a friend of Konoha." Jiraiya winced. Somewhere in the grave, Minato would have clenched his teeth. "I nonetheless have no war with you," Naruto added, and for a fraction of a second his tone softened, not into warmth, but into finality. "We can allow the past to be the past." Jiraiya took a breath. He needed something to anchor this, something to remind Naruto that the world still moved even if he didn't care. "Before I go," Jiraiya said, voice quieter, "your brother is more than likely going to be named clan head." Naruto chuckled. The sound confused Jiraiya more than any threat could have. "Something funny?" Jiraiya asked. Naruto shook his head slowly, a faint smile cutting across the scar on his mouth. "Not at all," he said. "It's just that those words are very convenient for me." Jiraiya's brow furrowed. "Convenient?" Naruto didn't explain. He just lifted his glass again, eyes reflecting the lantern light like polished stone. "Jiraiya-sama," he said, voice polite in a way that felt like distance rather than respect. "Once again a pleasure. It would be an even greater pleasure if I could fight you and step out with my head held high." He paused, gaze sharpening. "But please leave. My patience is waning." Jiraiya held his gaze for a long moment. He wanted to say more, wanted to tell him about Minato, about Kushina, about promises and regrets. But Naruto looked like a man who'd already thrown those words away years ago. Jiraiya finally turned, cloak shifting over his shoulders, boots crunching on debris. He didn't look back as he left the ruined lounge, but he felt Naruto watching him all the way out. As the corridor swallowed the Sanin's retreating figure, another man slid quietly into place beside Naruto, someone who dressed like staff did in places like this. He leaned in just enough to speak low. "So what's the plan now, boss? Collecting bounties won't keep this place running much longer. With the bar closed for repairs, we might go under." Naruto lifted the glass to his face and stared at his own reflection in the dark liquor, the faint distortion making him look like a stranger even to himself. For a moment he was quiet, too quiet. Then he exhaled slowly, as if bored by the inevitability of moving again. "I guess it's time to take on a job to make some big money," Naruto said, voice flat. Soon a faint smile dawned on his face, but it wasn't excitement. It was the kind of smile that meant someone somewhere was about to run out of luck.